That's
check,
the Minecraft server now.
check. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Jacob, do you have a can you talk through the mic?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can talk through the mic.
So you heard Jacob?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Good.
He's still moving.
Can everybody hear me? Can everyone see me?
Allegedly, yes.
Good.
I am using this one.
Any issues?
Check.
Is it this one or is it this one? Hello? Hello?
Hey, there's Pete.
I think you lost me.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
good. You're good. I'm muted, so I'm not on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't hear you, so I was like, are we fine? Okay.
Okay, I'm disconnecting from here.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks, Pete.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Oh, God. Thanks for joining us. We, of course, have the amazing and wonderful Katrina DeVille somewhere around in this vicinity. I'm very bad at moving hands on camera. Obviously, we've got Resistance Radio co-host Jane Smith, and then
Your hand's in
former
front of the
County
camera, by the way.
candidate and 8th Congressional District Vice Chair Jacob Toll for the
Yeah.
Democrats.
It's rad.
It's like one of the only Democrats. Here, let me pick your nose for you.
Any bats in the cave?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
And today we're doing a special campaign live stream so we can.
Emma, your
try to
mic's
raise
not
money.
working.
So you know the little donate button in the bottom right corner or bottom left corner. Excuse me. That
Your mic.
does work. Please use it and send us some money if you can.
Your mic's not working, Emma.
Yeah, what Emma was saying, this is, your mic.
Motherfucker.
Yeah.
You do the thing.
Okay.
So yeah, we are going to be doing a bit of a donation money raising live stream today here for Katrina DeVille, who is sitting to my left. And so we're going to be on multiple platforms, just kind of chatting, that type of thing. And, feel free to scan that QR code on the bottom left of the screen and donate to this really awesome campaign that is being ran here. And we're in a tough time because we have people that need to be in office that do not have a lot of the political capital that other people do. And so, a lot of this stuff has to be completely funded by, by the comrades and the grassroots movement.
Yeah, it's my campaign has consisted completely off of small donations from individuals, and I think even the largest donation we've received to date is like $500 from one person, which is
wow.
That was awesome, but it's been very grassroots, very and I appreciate everybody that's donated to us so far. That's incredible. It just shows me how much people believe in me and in us and what we're trying to do, and how really upset folks are with the current government, current administration, and every dollar helps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Every dollar helps.
And just a disclaimer, I'm here as Jacob Toll, the person, not Jacob Toll, the professional in any way. So these opinions are my own and not anything else that I'm involved with. So just so that's clear.
And for anybody watching on Twitch, obviously, as per usual, right, if you guys sub to us, that money typically goes towards the show, but it will also, as you guys are aware, Emma is the campaign manager for Katrina, so that money will also make its way into the funding here. Emma, you probably should turn off Discord notifications, and people are going to hear that. I had to learn that the hard way streaming. And apparently it's 35% off subs on Twitch today. So I did not know that until I just got the notification on my phone. So
That's pretty cool.
and we have, as far as Resistance Radio goes, we apologize for not doing a show on Thursday. All of us were just we had no spoons, and some things happened with one of the other co-hosts, and we're not feeling it. So we've recorded every week straight for damn near a year at this point. So one episode break I think is okay. So
Mental health is important.
yeah.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
But yesterday we just had a Pride Month event.
That was good.
And obviously it is Pride Month if you guys were not aware. And so that's been pretty good. Was that the first Pride event that you were at? Or
that's the first Pride event this year I've been at.
this year, yeah.
I don't know. It's last year I went to one or two, but I was still pretty early in my transition, so I was still figuring out being comfortable around people. It's the same anxiety that hangs over your head, that holds you back from transitioning in the first place. It's when you have this life that you've people have come to know you as a certain person, and you have this idea in your head that when you tell them you're not that person, that you've been holding back who you truly are, that once you reveal that truth, everybody's just going to leave. You're going to basically... I remember the day that I came out on all the social media stuff, and I had sat down at my desk, and like a fury, I had written out my entire story in the best way that I possibly thought would relate to people, where they would understand the feeling of trying to break through this.
Yeah.
And like enthusiastic, just like pen just like screaming across the page for like 4 hours, and then I typed it all in on Facebook, and I'm sitting there with my finger hovering above the enter key.
Yeah.
And I started to like have a panic attack for a second there, because I was like, am I really going to do this? Am I really going to push this button?
Right.
Which could be like the delete for my entire life, like all my friends are going to leave, all the things I've ever worked for are going to be gone, I'm going to lose everything, and just that's going to be like, here's certain death, ding, and it's that anxiety that hangs over your head, that keeps people who transition, or even people that are gay, from coming out. It's the same thing of being like in public as your new you. It takes us a while to get used to it. I mean, I know any friends of mine, it's taken a while to get used to it, but I guess I forget about myself getting used to things sometimes, where it's like, oh yeah, it takes a while to get longer to get ready to go places, and just
Right.
It's a whole new learning process, and it's things that so many people like you take for granted. Like for instance, there was multiple nights that I filled notebook page after notebook page of my signature,
Oh, wow.
because like it's just something you take for granted, that now I have to learn that all over again.
Right.
And you want to do it with some sort of like efficiency, but also just like you want power behind your name, because it's you, and you don't want to sit there, well, hold on, give me the next 5 minutes so I can try to scrawl out this signature. So you want to be, like self-assured when you go to write your name on something, and not have somebody looking at you like, why are you doing that? Why does it look like you're holding a 3-foot tall crayon to write your name? So it's a lot, and I also know most of the people who do things like in my life, if there's like some sort of like misgendering or misname or something like that, it's generally from people that I've known for quite a long time.
Right.
And it's a human habit of trying to break through how they've known me in the past, and 9 times out of 10, or even more than that, 99% of the time, it's not done from a place of maliciousness. It's simply just like a brain fart sort of thing. So I know it's a lot for a trans person to transition. It's not just about the person, it's about everybody that is in the trans person's life, and they have to now change also.
Yeah.
So it's a lot, and I don't really take much offense to somebody going, wrong on something, unless, you can tell when someone's being malicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big thing too, and I mean,
1 second.
What happened?
I've gotten some constructive feedback,
Oh,
which is that we're not getting enough volume from your mic.
well, that's good.
Oh, wait.
Hello. I can talk louder too, but
Yeah, that'll work.
Also,
This one you have to talk like directly into it,
Oh.
basically.
got you. Yeah, got you. I hope
but
that's
yes, as I was saying, I think, obviously, as somebody who is straight and somebody who was like conservative and like MAGA when I was young.
Oh my.
I
didn't know
You know, yeah, no.
I
I,
didn't
mean,
know that.
I went to a Trump rally actually when I was in high school.
Wow.
Like I was pretty far down.
I'm out of here.
Wow.
No, yeah. So I mean, I had a complete like 180 pivot, and so obviously, when I was like in that stage, I was very transphobic. So it was definitely like a big learning process for me to like, understand the whole pronouns thing, and like, and I think that's the thing too is like, people think there's like a stigma or like that you're gonna get ostracized even if you just make a mistake. And it's like I still make mistakes with with our comrades. Like someone is a they, and I will call them a she. Like it.
Yeah,
we can, it's easy to tell where their heart is. For the most part.
For real. And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a trans person. And I make mistakes too. Just like,
Yeah.
we're all humans, and we make
Right.
mistakes. And the human part of it is having the empathy and the kindness to be like, this is a friend of mine. They're trying to help and be a friend, and we all make missteps, and just like having the patience to accept that like we're not perfect, we're all humans. And it I want to know if you can remember what were some of the things that made you transphobic. I'm just curious 'cause,
Yeah, for sure. And then also one thing too, if we could mute phone notifications.
Oh.
Somebody's phone keeps.
Oh no, it's my watch.
Oh, pinging. Okay.
It'd be my Apple Watch.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean,
Figure out how to do that.
a lot of the stuff that like when I was younger that like I don't want to say made me think that way because like it doesn't, things don't really make you
Right,
think,
you choose your own
you
path.
choose your own path.
Mine
Yeah.
is if you just swipe up. So from like the home screen, and then swipe up. See if you go. Oh no, yours is a little different then. Mine's an old one, so
Go ahead, Dan.
yeah. Keep
I'm
going.
Most of it I think was just like the common talking
different
points that
direction.
you hear, that like the people that are like, oh, I'm pro science, when it's like in reality the science confirms, like being trans and everything like that.
For real.
So it was just misunderstanding, which is like what a lot of the but a lot of the people that are the content creators that are on the right, it is willfully misunderstanding versus a lot of the people that like watch that, they just don't understand it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could look historically as well. Like, think of colors when
Right.
you've got a baby boy
Well,
or a
that's
baby
not
girl.
exactly my strong suit, but
Are you colorblind?
yes.
We're learning things, folks. So once upon a time, though, you think of traditional baby colors, like
Right.
blue might be for a boy, pink might be for a
Right,
girl.
exactly.
That was flipped a couple hundred years ago. Pink was for boys, and blue was for girls.
Really?
Like
Right.
these are social constructs that we've
Right.
created. Like everything you think of, like pants being for men. Dresses being for women. These are all social constructs. Think of the kilt. Think of, when you hear the phrase "gird your loins."
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in
right,
battle,
right.
that was from like longer dress type items that they would literally tie around their legs, and you tie it together so because you're about to fight.
Right.
That's girding your loins.
Right.
And like, because that's what men wore, was more dress style items, and like, so everything about it is social constructs, and so like what we need to do is, it's really hard to do when you're so used to a thing, but if you just try to be curious and not judgmental and think about like, well, maybe they just like that.
Yeah.
You don't need to understand it.
Why
Just
not?
appreciate that, like, this is what they like to do.
Like that.
And I lost my train of thought, but that's fine. I
No,
got most of it out of there.
I think that definitely
things change all the time in human history.
They do, and like I've never heard the pink blue switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
And I mean, it's something that I like to bring up too, is like, when you have these like tradcon people that are like, oh, like we need to go back to like the old days with stuff. And it's like, okay, do you want men to start wearing like tights and powdered wigs and like
Exactly.
like that's not
Yeah.
exactly masculine in their point of view,
Right.
and
Yep.
it's like that's what high society was wearing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and we need to start becoming less judgmental as a people. We take what someone does.
Hey, Jay said Ted Lasso reference.
Which one?
Be curious, not judgmental.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've heard that before in Ted Lasso, but it is also a Ted Lasso thing. Hey, Jay.
I don't know how to turn the notifications off on this thing.
Oh,
Been sleeping
yeah.
Yeah. Where are we going now with this convo?
I mean, yeah. So I mean, it just like
Lost my train of
was.
thought,
Well,
so.
wasn't it was like so? I mean, I know that you're way past all of this.
Yeah.
So I'm asking it like genuinely from a point of like wanting to understand
For sure.
where the mindset of someone who's not moved past this is. So like, did you realize that it was willfully listening to one narrative and not the other, or do most people that I guess
Yeah, no, I get what you're asking. It is very difficult because like it was always weird because like I was and always have been a very empathetic person, and so like even my parents would tell me, you know, like I would like say something that Ben Shapiro said that was like, you know, super
Really bad,
offensive,
yeah.
reactionary, whatever, and they were like, you're such an empathetic person, like how could you think this way? And
where's
it was
coming from, sort
and
of
it
thing?
and it was like solely because it was like honestly, and I think like a lot of men, you know, see it, like they see people like, you know, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, whatever, which like also, by the way, if you look at those guys, those are not like stereotypically like alpha looking people, you know.
Right.
But like I think their whole thing is like they're supposed to, you know, be intellectual or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I think that was like a lot of it was just like seeing like, you know, Ben Shapiro owns the Libs compilations and stuff like that, and being like, whoa, like this guy can like debate, and like he's just destroying these people like with debate. So I think that there is a lot of, especially like with men, I mean it's a whole epidemic with a lot of men, and I think that a lot of them just don't. I think minds can be changed, but I do think like you have to be willing to have your mind changed. And I think that was because that was a big thing with me, is like I was open to like learning stuff, and so that was kind of like what caused the shift. Is like I went on a school trip down to Ecuador. I didn't even really believe in climate change, and I had started to a little bit, like right when I got into college. I had like started kind of, I considered myself like a centrist or whatever, and then I went down to Ecuador for a school trip, and we got to spend time in the Amazon rainforest, and we got to spend like a couple days like with indigenous people down there, and that was kind of like the come to Jesus moment, so to speak, where I was like, holy shit, like this climate change shit is like legit, and like it's fucking up these people's lives. And like, you know, we would drive by and see like a pipeline going through the jungle, and it was like, oh shit, you know. And then so that was like kind of the main catalyst. And then I also discovered Hassan too, and I was like, oh, you could be like
Which one?
Hassan Piker. And so that was kind of when I was like, oh shit, you could be like a good looking, jacked, you know, model-esque like type of person, and like, you know,
for liberal
right, like they're not all soy boys, so to
Right.
speak, you know. And
However, we don't disparage soy because it is a major export of the state of Wisconsin.
yes, right.
It is for real.
So,
It is.
we're pro soy here.
Yes, we
Our
are.
boys are in fact Wisconsin.
Yes, yes.
They are.
Yeah.
Like what you just made me think of is like, so minds can be changed, right? If people listen. But I wonder if like, so there's this whole thing of like, men have problems getting in relationships.
Oh, yeah.
And, like,
Oh, yeah,
We've
yeah,
all
yeah.
seen like the theories. Of,
Yeah, the male loneliness epidemic is what they call it.
Yes. And I think a lot of that has to do with men feeling like they're losing their what's the word I'm looking for? Their dominance on the society.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
What I'm wondering now is, you made me think of this when you said that minds could be changed, and that it's like a willful not changing. Like they hear the thing and they can see that the thing is actually true, but they'll deny that the thing is true,
Right.
because it allows them to maintain the dominance of that conversation.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing as what the whole losing dominance of the entire society.
Yeah.
Like This is like societally systemic.
No, I mean it completely is, and like that was like part of the thing that like blew my mind is like when I started learning more about capitalism and learning about like socialism, and like that is, you literally like nailed it. Like a lot of the reason why men like think like that, or why we see these like things happen, because there is a lot of like, a lot of people will say that like the male loneliness epidemic doesn't exist. It does.
Oh, it does.
But it is a byproduct of like bad economic conditions, and like we have this like the tendency in the patriarchy is like that men have to be the provider, right? And so then when economic conditions are bad and they can't get a good job, then you start feeling self-conscious, and then
the flip side of that too then is women are becoming more equal with men in the sense of like women couldn't have their own bank account, they couldn't open up a business,
have a credit card,
you couldn't
until
have a
like
credit
the late
card
70s,
a lot of these changes are happening, and it's allowing women to not have to find a husband so they can do whatever else they're trying to do with their lives, so they don't need to be attached to a man in order to get a loan, get a credit card, get a bank account. They can just do it now, and that's changed, and it's so recent still that we're just not used to that shift.
And it gives men a really easy target to blame feminism for.
It does.
And then they can say, oh, like it's like the women that don't want these relationships, when it's like there's like, it is so like, even with like women that I haven't been in a relationship with, like just friends, women friends that I have, like,
you phrase that really weird.
It is just like weird, like hearing some of the shit that they have to deal with like regularly from men. And it's like, well, dude, like what the hell are you, and like,
Tell me about it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And
And
been able to see both sides of the coin.
yeah, well, that's really interesting, and I would definitely like be curious kind of what your perspective is on that, because it's like, yeah, you probably did engage in some of the stereotypical. I mean, it's something that I've done it. There's been some things that I've fucked up and stuff like that.
Can I just throw in a quick joke I heard from a stand-up comedian fairly recently? I don't remember the stand-up comedian's name. I'm sorry. Credit to that person, not me. But the comedian said, "Do you know how I know trans women are women? Because they're also uncomfortable around me." like that's good comedy. Like
that is.
That reminds me of I always get you get the haters, the transphobes that show up in my comments, and they all get the what is a woman, and I always hit them with the well, it's someone that covers the drink around you.
No, that's a good one.
It's there's like what you're talking about with men being upset. I think there's another side of it too that we tend to forget about, and I think it's the unfairness of how men are expected to be in the society. Like, you're expected to be the provider, but you're also expected, like, I know this from my own personal experience of my past life, of like, you're expected to be the tough one, and like, men don't get sick. Like, you can't go to the doctor.
Not crying is a great example of it. Like, it's healthy to cry.
Yeah.
Now, you obviously like shouldn't be crying like every day, or like that's like not.
I would push back. One of the best speeches that was ever been given was by Jim Valvano, former NC State men's basketball coach. He passed away of cancer many years ago, but he was a great coach and an even better man. And the speech that he gave, he said, "If you love, you laugh, and you cry every day, that's a full life."
I guess
that's so many emotions to go through. If you can get all three of those in the same day, what a day, what a life,
That is, no, definitely.
But if you're only doing the crying every day, then like,
right.
let's address some things.
Yeah.
So
and that's like I mean I've done a lot of like research and reading on like masculinity, because it's something that like I've deconstructed on my own, and like I recently lost a friend to a mental health battle, and so like it is something that I'm very passionate about. And so for anybody that's watching, if they're curious, there's a phenomenal book by Bell Hooks. who is absolute fucking legend, feminist, black liberation scholar, and she has a book called The Will to Change, and it's all about masculinity, and it is probably one of the best books that it's a real short book too, like it's a really easy read, but like she even gets into stuff about like, like the F word, and like how that's like a swear word, but it has to do with having sex with somebody. And so then like what does that do to like the psyche of men growing up is that like there's this word that's like a bad word and like it's a powerful word, and then like that has to there's implications with that, or like even like what you were saying with like violence, like that's a big one. And that was one thing that I had heard a lot, is like you always hear people like Jordan Peterson saying like, oh, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. And like you hear that as a young man and you're like, oh hell yeah, like that's great.
But a lot of people hear that and they misconstrue it as, I'm going to start chopping down the garden now, you know, like.
And so there's a phenomenal creator that I absolutely love on TikTok named Watchful Coyote, and he does a lot of like male healthy masculinity stuff, and he broke it down the best way when he was talking about that, and he was saying that that's not true, and it's actually harmful to believe that, because, and he gave the example of like carrying a knife. Like he was like, I carry a knife with me everywhere that I go, but he's like, I don't identify that knife as a weapon every time that I'm using it. If you are, a man and you are, or anybody really, and you are identifying as being a warrior wherever you go, that's when it starts,
you seek, you will find.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So it's okay to have the capacity to be a warrior if you need to.
But if that's all you are.
Right. Like the minute that you start considering that you start considering that knife as a weapon everywhere you go, instead of using it as a tool, like it
And it's the same for trans people. If you identify as a trans person before anything else, then that's all you hear.
Right.
I'm a strong fighter for the trans community,
Yeah.
and I'm a strong fighter for LGBTQ people and marginalized communities, but like that's not the only thing I am. That's why the joke always really holds true of like, like conservative people think of trans people way more than trans people think of trans people. It holds true. It's I don't like, oh, I'm going out to represent trans. Like it's not a thing when I go to the grocery store. Like
right. No, exactly.
Go to Menards and get some plywood for something. It's like, I'm going to Menards to represent trans people. Menards.
Well, and I think that's like such a thing too. Is like we're so caught up in like, a lot of this like identity. Not to say that identity is not important, but like, we are so caught up, and I think that's like another thing that like men, that pushes men away, because a lot of times, because we are like socialized into like wanting to be the protector and like the provider, a lot of men solely only care about their pocketbook, right? And so that's why we're seeing like now with all this data center bullshit, like we're seeing a vast spectrum of people that are coming out against it, because they're like, oh shit, no, this is gonna fuck up my property value, and
that's
like
exactly
all of
right.
that.
And I think that's why like Mayor Zoran Mamdani resonated so well with people, because he is a person of color, and he comes from a different nation originally, and all these things, but that's not what he was pushing for and what he was fighting for. People were trying to push it on him, and he said, great to know that you feel that way. Let me talk about money. It's you can be these things and push for things that are going to help everybody. And I think that's such a good winning message that everybody can rally behind. And if you would disagree with that message, it's kind of a you problem then at that point. Like I can't tell you that you need to care more about other people. I don't know how to tell you that. You should care about people. That's just, we don't survive as a species if we do not care about other people. We will die.
That is the message that I've had pinned to the top of my blue sky for the last 2 years. I don't know how I can explain to you should care about other people.
Yeah.
That what you're describing in Zoran Mamdani is 100% of how I come to this fight too, as a politician. Sure, I'm a trans person, and we are targeted right now, but I understand that that level of hazard exists for everybody in this country, and I feel it very intimately because the crosshairs are pointed at me and my community right now. So everyone else doesn't necessarily feel the relevance of it yet,
Right.
but it's pointed. Like, if they're going to say that it's okay to take away my rights, then it's equally okay for them to take away anybody's rights.
Right.
So if I don't stand
The slippery
up,
slope theorem.
it is.
Yep.
If I don't stand up and stop them from getting us, once I'm gone, then the floodgates are open and they'll come after everybody. And we're starting to see it already in, like, Tennessee. You know, they're gerrymandering out the black vote in Memphis, and they're doing the same thing in Alabama. And they're doing the same thing in Louisiana. And it's like, now it's shifting away from trans people and immigrants, and we're shifting it towards American citizens.
Right.
Like, you know, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, "We told you so." It's pointless. Like,
It is, yeah.
you have to show up for the fight. But like, so I'm not running just to save trans people.
Right.
Like, I want that to be a thing that I accomplish, absolutely, because there's no reason that it should be going on at all. But that fight has given me the fire inside to fight for everybody in the same sort of capacity.
Yeah.
Because I really don't see hardly anybody doing it either.
Yeah.
It's been appalling to see our entire Congress just be like, "Yep, everything's fine." Like, what do you, the room's on fire, man.
Yeah. No,
You know?
literally.
And it's something I've tried to equate to people in almost every speech I've given. I carry the Constitution with me everywhere I go, and I tell them, like, you have to realize, yes, this is where our country is based, and yes, these are the ideals that we all hold dear. And when we say we're an American and we're a patriot and we love our country, it's founded in this document, but it's just a document. Like, if nobody shows up to defend this,
Right.
they're just gonna burn it, and they're burning it.
And a lot of people don't know this. The Constitution's incredibly short.
It
It
is.
will take you only a handful of minutes to read in one session.
For real.
It will not take very long. A lot of people think about, the Constitution, it must have all of it in it. Like, no, that's like the law books and like all of those things. That is very long. But the Constitution's incredibly short. Please read it. Like, it literally breaks down like the three branches of government, which is also something people don't know enough about. You know, like, that's why these civics courses in high school and college are so important, because we're starting to lose that among the people, because it's a little bit more difficult to understand and really take in and grasp. But it's so important, because without it, look around.
We have what we have right now. for
Yes.
Yeah, and I think one of my favorite Zoran moments is there. I love this because I'm a bike rider, like a bicyclist, and he was riding his bike in New York, and some angry lady drove by, and she was like, "You fucking communist," and he looked at her and he's like, "No, I'm a cyclist," because he was riding his bike. And I was like, that's perfect.
That is
like
perfect. That's old Zoran.
yeah. But I do think, like, a lot of the trick of like, I've talked to people that I'm friends with, that have some of the same sentiments. Like, a big thing now with a lot of, like, even people that are not politically aware is, like, you're seeing a lot of people that are anti-Zionist now, and or just anti the Iran war, because they realize that their tax dollars are going to that. And so, like, I feel like it's just the ability to, like, tie what, like, people that are not politically aware, or people that are, like, solely focused on their checkbook, like, tying it back to identity stuff, like, to like, that's something that I do all the time with, like, anti-war stuff. Like, I'm like, your money is going to kill these people for a reason, and that it does not benefit you, and that registers, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I don't like that." And it's like, yeah, like,
I gotta
Yeah.
segue, but I want to brag a little bit.
Yeah.
So, I am the vice chair for the 8th Congressional District Democrats, and we are just so blessed to have 3 really good, competent. Yeah.
Chaos Queen came.
You're also a massive improvement over your predecessors, who will be remain unnamed, but they know who they are.
No comment. So, anyways, we are so incredibly blessed, though, to have 3 incredible candidates. We're crossing Mark Scheffler,
Yeah.
Katrina DeVille. It's, for me to come in, it's, everyone gets opinions. It's totally fine. This is America. And it's just so nice to have. And then in a different race as well that I'm not in charge of, but maybe someday, who knows. The state treasurer race has 2 amazing candidates for the Democrats, and Dylan Helmenstein and Yee. And Dylan does a really good job.
Might be potentially coming on the pod shortly.
Actually,
Both of them.
Ooh, that's exciting.
You heard it here first.
And Dylan does a great job on his Instagram reels, and I don't know where else he posts it, but that's where I see his content of explaining. Okay, so Wisconsin has spent X amount of money on the Iran war, like just today. That amount could have paid for school lunches for 3 years for kids, or fixing all the bridges and crumbling infrastructure around Wisconsin and all these things. And he does a great job pushing that. And like the more we can like tell people that as well.
Yeah,
'Cause-
this is why we can't have nice stuff.
Right, because we're bombing people in a different part of the world where we previously were not, and everything
Right.
was more or less fine.
Yeah.
Obviously geopolitical stuff happens, but we weren't doing that previously, and now we're spending all this money that we could have spent fixing things here, and that's why we have to also get rid of Citizens United. We're spending millions of dollars on advertising to television stations and radio stations when we could spend that feeding people, housing people, taking care of infrastructure. Like, we need to fix how this works and operates in order to make our lives better. We spend so much money just trying to get into a position of power, and then when we're there, we fight amongst each other, and then nothing gets done.
Right.
And so, like, we have to make these changes. It has to happen. It has to start. A little bit of a soapbox, but anyways, I'm really proud of all our candidates. I think the Democratic Party has done a really good job. It's amazing to be a part of, and I hope we all win.
I think the Democratic Party can actually do a better job.
No, I mean that's definitely not
yes.
a hot take
Let me
here.
pull my soapbox out for a
Yes,
minute.
and we have really good candidates.
Yes,
there's
I agree,
both things can be true at the same time.
but I'm biased on that.
You are allowed to.
I agree, but I'm biased on that.
You're
opinion.
absolutely allowed.
I think there's reasons why we continue to lose. I think the Democrats mean very well as like a party in general and like the constituents. I think that a lot of the party leaders at like national levels, they're part of the same machine as the Republicans. So
Right.
They like to benefit from the financial influx
Yeah.
to that. I think
I will agree with you there.
Yeah.
I
That is-
will comment on that.
That's
I agree.
I see that as a real problem because how do you get like when people are all about getting a handout, how do you get them to stop taking that handout? And you have to. There was a discussion I had with a friend of mine about a year and a half ago, and he said to me, "You're never going to get big money out of politics until you elect a politician who doesn't care about money." And I was like, "Hello, put me in, coach."
Right.
I've been a musician for 35 years. If you think I went down that road to be rich and yeah, like the fame part is awesome. I could give 2 shits about the money, and it's like I haven't. If you look at my taxes, I haven't made a dime in a couple of years because every cent that I make, I end up throwing right back into the music. And it's like, it's money stopped mattering to me a long time ago because I figured out that the only things that really matter in life are the moments that you have and the things that you can do with those moments and the people that you surround yourself by, and that's it. Like memories and actions and what you leave behind, to me, is what the essence of life is. And I see a massive problem with the country right now, and it's motivated me enough to be like, we need to fix all of this. And I'm trying to do something that's bigger than me. for the first time in my life that I see it. I'm trying to do something that's vastly bigger than me.
Yeah.
I don't care about the money. I don't care about the credit. I don't care about the like you want Citizens United, let's go.
Right.
I'll lead the charge on it. Let's get it out of here.
And all
Shout out Hawaii.
all it
Yeah.
Shout out
needs
Hawaii.
is like one person to spearhead a lot
Yeah.
of these things, and like everybody just is. We haven't had that like person yet. I mean, hopefully we are getting. I know. Yes, you right. You know, Fran Hong, Zoran, like people like that are. You know, not afraid to. I mean, I guess we have had Bernie for a while.
Yeah.
And he's
great.
he does a great job in what he can do, but he's know
old.
kind of shoehorned into not being super effective because he's only one person. You
Right,
know,
that too, yeah.
you know, we do have AOC obviously now, and you know Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan. So there are a couple
There's
of
a
people.
handful, yeah, and they're great.
But there needs to be more.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be more.
Yeah.
And like before I started to run, I started to really think about it, and I was like, you know, we've had this wonderful, like, blessing of congressman in Bernie Sanders from Vermont for my entire life. I've always known him as like the fighter from Vermont,
And
I'm
he like hasn't changed his opinions.
Yeah.
He's been a
But
same shit
I've
since
been
day
like,
one.
Why can't Wisconsin have that?
Yes,
Why can't we
yeah,
have something
yeah.
to fight? We can. Hello.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
it's like I believe in all the things that he has stood for. I mean, I followed him for the last 20 years because, like, yeah, that's the way right there. Those things right there. That's exactly what we need. And people in Wisconsin have supported him. Like, I voted for Bernie for every time he ran for president, and I know a hell of a lot of people that did the same. So, like, Wisconsin supports his ideas and his plans to do things. The only reason that they've cut him down recently is because of his age. And it's like,
Right.
if you have someone who's showing up with the same kind of ideas and the same kind of plan to get things done, like, I don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'm trying to grab his torch and run with it. Let the man rest. He's been doing this for like 60 years.
Yep.
You know? But, like, I don't see any reason why we can't keep pushing with what he started. And God willing, if the people get behind me to push me there, that's the way I'm going.
Hell yeah.
I think that's what Wisconsin needs. I think
Yeah.
that's what District 8 needs. I think this is what the country needs.
For sure.
There's also this whole thing that I've tried to get across to people of like, my entire life, I just turned 50 in December, so let's set that precedent. My entire life, we've been told we'd like to move toward a peaceful society. We want the whole world to be a peaceful society. Like, I totally want that. But you have to do things that point in that direction. And when we keep like increasing the money for military spending and going and instigating new wars, like, hello, the new war president, just saying,
Yeah.
we're not pointing towards a peaceful society.
No.
It's you're going the opposite direction. So I love all of our military, and I know so many veterans and people that are in the military right now. Thank you so much for all you've done and all the service that you give this country. Thank you so much. Like, that level of commitment to America, my heart just...
And oftentimes too, like, you know, false promises, and you know, a lot of the veterans, you know, have done stuff and sometimes not great things that they're not proud of, and they come back and then they're not treated well. And it was, you know, based off of something that was also not true. Like, one of the most powerful videos in my opinion is, and maybe we can pull it up or something after the break, but there's a guy that interrupts George Bush, and he's a veteran. I think he was like a Marine or something. And Bush is talking, and he just starts going like, "You lied." He's like, "You lied, Bush." He's like, "My friends are dead because of you." And he was like yelling, and they like had to like escort him out. He's like, "You lied." And like, it was just like, and like hearing him like, because I mean, it was a grown ass dude, and he's just like screaming, and I was like, damn, like that's.
Well, what I was getting at was like, we should take care of our military.
Oh, for sure,
and we
right.
should like keep, like, obviously there's hazard in the world, so you have to have like, you know, safeguards up to
definitely
guard against hazard and you know, attacks and things like that. But like, we need to start steering this country away from being so like hourly aggressive and trying to be more, like sit down with other nations and talk to them. Where's the problem?
Right.
We like the getting the gun out to shoot your neighbor shouldn't be the first thing.
Yeah.
And like we should be diplomatic more often, and in that diplomacy, we start to steer the country towards, a peaceful society. And it's so I'm not trying to
Right.
I'm not trying to cut down the defenses that America has. I think they're great, but I think that adding to that military, that war machine, it's
At least when we don't have healthcare and stuff
Yeah,
like
Right.
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm big on analogies, and like the way I would like to see the U.S. military complex work is more like a snapping turtle, where you've got this turtle, shape where it's protective, it's defensive, it's got this shell on its back, but then if you get too close, chomp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Off with
and
a limb,
snapping
you know.
turtles will fuck you up.
They
too.
will. A lot of them in
Like,
Wisconsin,
Yeah.
and like I think that's how I would like to picture it, and not as whatever it is right now. It's just bad, and I think if we can, a little more Teddy Roosevelt, speak softly and carry a big stick kind of
Yeah.
thing, and I think that would go a long ways, and it would make people feel a lot better about when we do have to increase spending on defense or what have you. That's going to feel a lot better when it's like, no, we have to do this to prevent, other nations from attacking whoever, and not preemptive, or we're going to do this because they might, because then we're getting into what was the movie where they were like, oh, this guy might commit a crime later on in his life,
yeah.
so we're gonna kill him now.
I
We
think,
can't do that.
Tom
And
Cruise was in that. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
my brain finally heard what you said. Idiocracy.
We
Yes.
do, I will say, so we do have a break.
Shout out Terry Crews.
We do have a break coming up here. And before we head into the break, I kind of want to end on like kind of a lighter-hearted note. And so I want to ask you, Katrina, you have been doing your Talkie Tuesday
Yeah.
event where you go around and go to, get some tacos and that type of thing.
Yep.
So I want to know.
Shout out tacos.
Yes. What have been the like tacos you enjoyed the most? Where were they?
And it's,
The hard-hitting question.
Well, it's actually fun that you asked me that question because there's like I lived in Austin, Texas for like 6 months, and so I'm like admittedly wrecked for Mexican food. Like
Yeah.
when you live that close to the Mexican border and like you go in any Mexican restaurant and like it doesn't. When I moved back here, there was a friend of mine who grew up in Texas, and he came up to me and he said, "You ever notice in Texas, none of the Mexican restaurants have on the signs they don't say authentic Mexican."
Yeah, right.
And he's like, and they do here.
Yeah,
And I was
yeah.
like, yeah. He's like, it's because I was like, yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
So like,
The authentic
here-
thing bugs me so much. Yeah. It
Well,
does.
and there's truth to that because, like, I mean, there's a vast difference between Taco Bell and like,
Sure. I don't think anybody's thinking of Taco Bell though when they
and
think
Los
of like.
Banditos,
Yeah,
there's a
yep.
huge difference. Or it depends what you're into. But every place that I've gone to have tacos on those Tuesdays, I've at least tried. There's a personal favorite of mine that is like a pretty fair baseline
Yeah.
to like get a comparison.
Yeah.
And I'll get a traditional chorizo taco with cilantro and onions.
Yep.
And like I'll try all sorts of different things, but like I have to get at least one chorizo taco with cilantro and onions.
That's like the variable that's being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've tried
Okay.
it at all these places, and all of them are just fantastic. I would say probably the best chorizo that I had on the whole like tour around the district so far was Osario's in Appleton.
Okay.
That like the spice on that
Latin
one was
fusion cuisine, I believe, is their subline.
wowzers. That chorizo is banger.
Interesting. I'll have to make note of that. I'll have to head there sometime.
Bless you, Emma. Out of all the taco places that I went to, there was one place that stands out in my head too. That was just like over the top, gourmet, total like modern fusion. And I even just walking in the place, I was like, I'm just gonna put a cot back there, and you just wake me up at lunchtime, and I'll have some tacos, and I go back and sleep until dinner time. Like, I'm never leaving this place ever again.
Right.
And it was Vintage Cantina.
Oh.
Here in Green Bay.
Yes.
They have a corn dip that
No,
I aspire
to
create.
So that, and I always tell people, I know we're gonna be on a break soon, but I am a huge fucking foodie, so you just got me started.
Oh,
But
yeah. We'll talk about food after the break.
I always tell people that place, tacos are phenomenal, but it's not a place that you go to if you want like an authentic, like,
No,
you know,
it's different.
carnitas taco or.
Right.
But what they do have, like the specialty tacos, are
incredible.
fucking great.
Yeah. They had a brisket taco that I had when I was in there.
Wait, a bratwurst taco is not authentic? Is that what I'm hearing? I know.
They had a brisket
No, but
taco.
their corn, even their chips, like, yeah, no,
Oh,
I
chips
love
were
that
great.
place.
And they
yeah.
had their own smoker out back, so they like smoked the brisket that they put on the taco. It was like, and it was like pickled onions and like, okay, this is.
Would you like 12 tortillas? No. How about a basket of chips?
Right,
Sure.
right.
For real.
Yeah, for
That
sure.
place was great, but I mean, there's so many great Mexican restaurants around this district, and every one of them that I hit was just like, okay, this is really great. Okay, this is great too. Honestly, like, I can't think of any that were like that I wouldn't send someone to right away. Like every place that I went, it was like, yeah, go there. Like Tipsy Taco in Appleton was freaking awesome. You know, go to Monarcha in Marinette. That was great too.
Yeah.
You go to. I mean, there's a bunch. You could go to Diablo's at the mall. It was awesome.
Yeah,
Like
right,
what
right.
in the mall? Like, and they're making fresh chorizos like in the mall. Like, okay, this is cool. And like, you know, or food trucks. You know, there's so many of these places like Osario's and Diablo's have these food trucks all over the place. Like, stop and frequent them. Those are local businesses, and that was like a lot of the reason why I did the Takis Tuesdays is because like Taco Tuesdays is a thing that happens. So me going and aligning with something that already happens is easier than trying to get people to come in line with me,
Don't remake the wheel.
right?
Not worth it.
They're local businesses, so let's always support local businesses. That's really important. If you don't support them, they go away. And local businesses are run by your neighbors. Like, let's help our neighbors survive. And 3, this is a lot of these businesses are owned by immigrants. It's immigrant culture, but immigrant culture is American culture because, like, America's a melting pot.
Yeah.
And it's not individuals that make this country so great. It's us as a collective bringing it all together is what makes it so great. So, I mean, you think about it. It's like if you wouldn't have immigrant culture here, like, we wouldn't have tacos. You wouldn't have Indian food. You wouldn't have, like, right? Like, you couldn't have like Thai curry. Like, come on, like you know, Chinese food. How many people go get Chinese food on Christmas? It's like that's the thing.
Don't even get me started
Like-
on Indian food, though.
Oh yeah.
There are conservatives that get mad when you tell them not to go to a Mexican restaurant if they're so anti-Mexican immigrants.
For real.
But we do have a break here.
Okay.
Yes, right, Emma?
Yes.
Yes.
15 minutes. We'll be back.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Thanks, folks. We'll be right back.
See you in a little bit.
go back live again. Oops.
Hey, come on.
Well, and you're gonna have to call Jay too.
We have a kitty. Are we live? Is it back live?
Yes.
Oh, Kibbles is going to run the show. Hey,
Yep.
Kibbles. Come here. Come here. Yeah.
Well, welcome back. If you are tuning in, I'm just gonna double check and make
If
sure.
you're wondering why I look suddenly so much more attractive, it's because I'm Emma, not Jacob. No offense, Jacob.
Hi. I have a kitty.
And this is we have the
Yeah, this is the first time Kibbles has been able to be on the broadcast since we got the new studio, because normally she's not allowed down here. But that is my cat,
Yes.
Kibbles. She's adorable, just a year old. And she's going to sit right in the middle of the camera.
Cat
So there we go.
the cat in front of cat.
Yep.
I love that. What a diva! Look at the
I
way
know.
that she's sitting too.
She's absolutely a diva cat, for sure.
That's tracks then,
Yes,
Exactly.
yes. So
Both cats are diva cats.
yeah, so Jacob left. He had to go home, but we are going to be having friend of the show will be calling in Jay Gibbs, the comrade that holds the record for the most amount of times on the show. I think this will be like number 7 or 8 at this point. So Jay has been on the show a lot, and we always love talking to him. Great organizer, a lot of wisdom. This is our first kind of live stream.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. So, quick thing here. The Discord thing wasn't really going to work, so we're going to do it over the phone, if that's okay.
Oh, sure, yeah. That's fine.
Hi,
Okay.
Jay. Hi, Jay.
I just
You
need
might have to hold it
double-check.
closer to the mic, Emma.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
But so yeah, we this is again reminder this is our first attempt at doing a donation live stream here. So obviously still figuring some things out.
Yeah.
So we appreciate everybody that is watching across different platforms.
What the fuck is happening?
As you saw right there.
I really appreciate everybody's patience while we try to figure all this out, because it's a bunch to figure out.
It is.
Tech is hard, yes.
Well, it's like I knew it would probably be a bit of a struggle to figure out how to stream across multiple platforms at the same time, and although certain aspects of it were pretty straightforward, there was a lot of aligning things up to get it to work correctly.
Yes,
So,
and as obviously, like we always say in the show, thank you to producer Pete the Noob, for just not only allowing us this space like he does for the pod, but also, providing a lot of insight into how to do a lot of this difficult tech work. So,
Absolutely.
if you are in chat, definitely thank Pete for a lot of this, because he is the reason that a lot of this is even happening. So yes, but yeah, we are gonna have Jay on via phone here, because we probably would have never started streaming at all if we had to figure out how to do Discord as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
So
I would like to remind folks that if you would like to help my campaign,
yes,
there's that QR code right there on your screen. All you have to do is scan that with your phone.
Should be roughly right about. Oop, I did it again. Oh. Right about there somewhere
Yeah.
in that corner.
Well, it will take you to the campaign donation page on the website. Otherwise, you can visit devilleforcongress.com. That's DEVILLEFORCONGRESS.com, and there's a donation page on there. Also have an Act Blue.
nice.
Yeah, it's been pretty great. The great thing about donating virtually like that over either the website or Act Blue is for Federal Election Commission, we need to have people's information, because the government mandates that we don't accept any money from outside of the country, so they have to verify where people are from. So obviously we need people's addresses and things so that they can verify that. And the great thing about doing it on the website or on Act Blue is it's set up to automatically do that, where you don't really have to, we won't have to write anything down on a sheet of paper or anything like that. So thank you so much to anybody who is able to contribute today. I'm having a lot of fun doing this live stream thing, and I think we'll be doing it more in the future now that we have things set up where they work. And the way that this multi-platform stream works is it's browser-based, so we could probably do it from different locations fairly easily. So thank you all for tuning in today, and thanks to anybody who is able to donate to the campaign. Every dollar helps.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So now let's go ahead and bring Jay in.
Move that a little closer. They were saying they're
And
having
Jay,
a
you still with us?
difficult time.
I am. Thank you for having me.
Perfect. And can you verify, Dean, as we're doing this, that we can hear him okay? Jay, Katrina
Hi.
Jay. I don't know. I didn't plan a lead up into that, so here's Jay, everybody.
Hey Jay, how are you?
I'm doing well, Katrina. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank
Sorry,
you.
Let me do it this way.
Awesome. No, when I found out that you were doing a live stream, I wanted to try to hop on and just get to chat with you. And I love the Resistance Radio folks. I do a lot of activist and labor work in Wisconsin and in your district especially.
Yeah.
So I am just, I'm a big fan of your campaign. I'm excited to see what you will be able to do for the Wisconsinites of CD8. So I guess, from like a labor perspective, or, from the working class, what are some of the things you have planned, I guess, for like organized workers should you get to Washington?
I definitely want to see more support for our unions. I think that, it's like we've watched people's lives, the quality of life decline as we've watched the effectuality and power of unions decline. Unions, they exist so that the average worker and the average American has they've got more power behind their voice, where they united we're stronger, and it's gone downhill ever since Act 10 got put in place in this state. Scott Walker made it. He took away workers' rights, and he took away the power of the unions to be able to stand up for bargaining rights and things like that. Where now, as we've seen those unions erode, we've seen people's lives become increasingly worse. And I want to try and do things to reverse that. It would be great to have a federal precedent set where things like what Walker did can't happen anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, we do see that there is some legislation out there, which I'm not sure not everybody knows about, just because unfortunately it is not talked about enough. It's called the PRO Act, and right now it's I think tied up in more of the Senate than the House, but eventually there's going to be a version that will make it to the House. What that does is it just increases worker protections as far as their ability to form a union. And it's been a work in progress, to say the least. I know it's been years that it's been trying to get passed. So I think, from a labor perspective, getting the PRO Act passed is probably what I look for right near the top of any type of electoral is at the national level. And we want to push and just bring awareness about. And listen, your thoughts, I guess, if you were aware, if you're not, like I said, it's not an overly well-known act, unfortunately. But just as far as like kind of the National Labor Relations Act, giving workers not just protection once they have a union, but like making it stronger for them to go about forming one.
Oh yeah, and that the PRO Act is something I'm not actually aware of, so that's why I was getting my notebook out right away and writing it down, because when I do find out about things like this, I definitely want to do some, more reconnaissance information digging on it and try to find out what the bill actually is. I'd like to have the bill in front of me to read it.
We're having audio issues.
Having audio issues?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna have to.
Sorry,
contact
Jay.
support.
One sec.
Oh, no worries. Like I said, and that's no, Katrina, it is. It's one of those kind of like
Go to the
I know
BRB
about
window.
the Pro Act just because it's so much of my job, but then I'll talk to people who are like current sitting.
Got it.
Try not to make any other noises.
Got it.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? Because it's still.
No, it's that one. Right? Is that second one?
Hold on.
No, I don't think it's.
There.
There
That's
we go.
That one.
Okay, damn it, I got it.
Hey. Okay.
That one on the very tippity top of all of them.
Okay.
Turn that up. That little knob, that white knob at the very top.
Yeah, the gain.
Turn it up like 20%.
I don't know what that means, but I just turned it up a bunch.
Okay.
2.
Now, does it hit the red when she talks?
Check 1, 2.
Katrina's being very soft-spoken today, and it's weird.
I didn't think it was, but. Check.
You are kind of being a little soft, though.
That's much better.
Go ahead, talk.
Check, check.
And I can hear you on the stream too now.
Check, 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 check,
You
check.
didn't mean it the OBS bubble.
I know, I unmuted deliberately so I could try to figure out the music problem.
Okay, it's a little bit overdriven now, so bring it back like 5% or 5 minutes. Does that make sense to you? 5 minutes on that top knob.
No, because it doesn't do a full 12 to 12, so, but that's fine, I figured it out. How about now?
Check. Check, 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 check.
Much better.
Okay.
I can actually hear her now.
Oh, good.
Alright.
Right, and then when you have Jay on the phone, you put the speaker towards the microphone.
Yes, that's what I
When
did.
you had it earlier and you pointed it away from the
No,
microphone.
I did not.
and we
That was
couldn't
my
hear them at all.
speaker. That was
Okay,
my
just-
speaker. I pointed my speaker at the microphone.
Meow.
Well, then hold it closer because we couldn't hear it.
Okay, I will do that.
Back again.
Yep.
All right. Like we had said earlier, tech is very difficult, and
Oh, we're getting it.
all of us here are not great at it. So
Oh.
we have, Pete is on dial up on support for us. So thank you guys once again. Hopefully that will be the last issue
Hope so.
that we have. It should be. We should have everything. You guys should be able to hear Katrina a lot better now.
I hope so.
Yes.
Kitty.
Yes. So yeah, we are gonna get back to our conversation with Jay
In theory.
once we can get him on the phone here.
I forgot to turn the other mics back on. I don't know if that impacted anything before I turned it back on.
Better? Better?
Let me take a look.
I don't know if anybody complained about it, but I caught it before I saw a complaint, so. What's happening here? That's the smallest problem I have right now.
All right.
Jay's not answering.
Well, we may have to.
That's okay. I can talk.
Yes. Yeah, hear from you a little bit here while we wait to get Jay on.
His cat is,
Yes.
Yeah, she randomly finds like just demons in the corners that I can't explain, which is great at night when the lights are off and I just watched a horror movie and then all of a sudden she's like, "Look, a demon in the corner," and I'm like, "Lights are going back on."
Right.
I was thinking about this over the last day or so of how, there's a lot of new people that have come on my Facebook following and Instagram and TikTok, and I really appreciate everyone that's shown up to help my campaign and to help push the message, and everyone that's shown up because they believe in me. And I think that I've wanted to share a bunch of my story so that those who haven't heard it before know more about who I am and where I've come from in this political realm, but where my life has been and what I've been doing, and you'll understand the kind of person I am and a lot of the reason why I've shown up now to fight for everybody.
For sure.
So I was born in Beaver Dam, and I grew up in Wisconsin. I've lived in Wisconsin almost my entire life. There was 6 months I lived in Austin, Texas, but other than that, I've lived here my entire life. And I was born in Beaver Dam, and my family moved around quite a bit. My dad was a tractor mechanic. His whole family was farmers, and my mom's family had a lot of farmers in it too. And so my dad was a farm boy and grew up working with tractors, and he went to tech school and got his tech degree on agricultural mechanics. And I remember we moved around the state a bit when I was a little kid. He had worked for John Deere for a little while. He'd worked for New Idea in Illinois for a hot minute, and we lived down by Salem, Wisconsin for a while too, where he worked for Alice Chalmers. And I remember going to the R&D plant in West Allis so he could take readings on the weekends. So there's a lot of agriculture in my family's history. So I support farmers here 100%. I think they're having a really hard time of it right now. But
yeah.
So we moved around a lot when I was a kid, and I got used to meeting people and making new friends wherever I would go, and listening to folks and finding similarities wherever I would go, because I never knew when we were moving to somewhere else. And so we lived in Salem, Wisconsin for a few years when I was in kindergarten and until the end of my second grade year. And then we moved to Elkhorn, Wisconsin, which is the area that my dad's family is from, and lived there for a few years. I started playing music there. I got my first saxophone lessons in Elkhorn, and Then we moved to Fond du Lac and stayed in Fond du Lac until I graduated high school. I was LP Goodrich High School, class of '94, and then I went to UW Green Bay.
Hey, shout out to UWGB alums.
That's right. And we went to, I went to UW Green Bay for 6 years, lived in Green Bay that entire time, playing music around the city and around the state, and I was pursuing a Bachelor of Arts Jazz Studies degree. And I got 12 credits away from getting that degree, and my music career was getting so busy that it was actually taking away from the career that I was pursuing to finish the degree. So I never quite finished the degree, but it's all 12 credits of general stuff that I can pretty much go and get anytime. I felt that it was more important to pursue the thing that I was actually going there to learn to do when it became relevant for me to do that. So there was a point I was playing 300 shows a year.
Holy.
And like if I could have played 365 a year, I'd been playing 365 a year. I was playing in 7 bands at the same time.
Oh my God.
300 shows a year. And
how are you not just like
I loved it.
Like dead at the end of the year from that.
And I mean that's the kind of fire that I'm bringing to this moment. It's the same fire that's been in my life for everything that I've pursued.
Yeah.
And I will admit to you and everyone that I've never wanted something as strongly as I do this position and getting to a point where I can help people and help the country. I've never believed in something and ran after something so hard, and like that's coming from a perspective in my own mind of playing 300 shows a year and playing with 7 bands at the same time and always being on the go and folks they say to me like, well, we've seen pictures of you on Facebook and Instagram, you're everywhere. And I'm like, well, yeah, and like I set my own schedule. It's not somebody handing it off to me. I'm like, how many things can I do before like how many things in a day can I do so I can see more people and get out to more communities and be someone that the community can talk to, and like these are the things that are screwing up in our community, and we need to talk to somebody about it so that they can make some changes to fix those things. And yes, I want to be there. I want to be the person that hears those things, because ultimately at federal level I'm the person where the buck stops. I'm the person that's going to have the power to help this district, and I need to be hearing the voice and the concerns of the people. Or what am I actually doing there? Well, I'd be, another Tony Weed, and we don't need that.
Definitely don't need that.
The guy has done like literally nothing to help the people of this district, because like you go and look at all the Trump policies of the last year and a half, and like what have they actually done? It's there's been like he'll try to tell you that gas prices are down. They're not. He'll try to tell you that grocery prices have fallen. They're not. He'll try to tell you that, like all these illegal immigrants, they're not. All these people are doing these things against you. They're not. All you have to do is look at one instance, like go to the gas pump and you tell me if the price is down. If he's going to lie to you about that, he's going to lie to you about anything.
At this point, I'm not convinced that he's even telling us the truth about his name.
Yeah, for real.
Well, I mean, his last name was changed.
Yeah, it was.
Well, yeah, it was like Dump or something like that.
Drumpf, yeah.
And Jay is back.
Well, yeah. I'll get back to my story a bit, but we've got Jay online, and we want to get back to the conversation that we were having about the PRO Act. He was bringing it to my attention about the PRO Act, which helps unions, and that is a bill that is going through right now in Washington. And hi, Jay.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Oh, yeah, thanks for coming back.
Yeah, no, so I feel like we just kind of touched a little bit on the PRO Act, which is just protecting the right to organize. So what that does is it gives workers not just protections after they have a union, but it gives them more protections while trying to form a union.
Oh, how so?
Right now, you don't really have a ton of. You have like what's called our Section 7 rights, which technically an employer is not allowed to interfere with your organizing efforts. However, there's a lot of ways that employers get around that and still do.
Yeah.
What this does is it closes a lot of the loopholes that were in the NLRA, and outside of just the loophole closing, it gives more. I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. Is it gives labor protections, like, so that way when you are trying to get that first contract, it can't let the employer just kind of run out the clock just by showing up, bargaining on the surface. Right now, if an employer doesn't bargain in good faith, there isn't much outside of the labor board that a union or workers go to.
Yeah.
And really not much more than kind of a slap on the wrist and a stern talking to that the board needs with them. So what it does is just kind of gives the enforcement of the protection more teeth.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like it's giving it more teeth, where there can actually be like some sort of consequences for businesses not being, pro-union and pro-worker.
Yeah, and so I feel like that's just such an important piece of legislation.
I absolutely agree, and I can agree without even reading the bill, because based on what you're telling me, like, it's if there's loopholes that exist that businesses can jump through to keep benefits and things from workers, there's plenty of businesses that I'm sure will do that. They're going to exploit. I'm not saying every business. There's tons of businesses that treat workers excellently.
I fully agree. Yeah, I want to be clear. Yeah, we have even myself. I work in the labor world, and there are a lot of good employers that really do care about their employees. They sit down at the table. They try to negotiate. Trying to see what's fair. And from the labor perspective, contrary to popular belief or what a lot of Republican messaging will tell you, we as a union or any type of organized workforce, we want to see the business succeed because we want to keep our jobs.
Well, yeah.
So, all this does is just protect those workers as they try to fight for a little bit bigger piece of the pie.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Like what Jay was saying, in case people were having a difficult time hearing it, is, workers want to see the business succeed just as much as a lot of business owners want to see their workers succeed. It's workers want to keep their jobs.
And I think one thing, and obviously, hello, Jay. You can hear me. It's Dane talking. But I think that's something, that's like a very strong anti-union argument that you hear. And it's like, the way that I think about it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, but like, if the workers at that job, hated their job, they would quit, right? Like, the reason they're forming a union is because they at least somewhat like what they're doing, and they want to change it.
Absolutely, and that's so many places. Even when I'm out talking to workers who haven't formed a union yet or were interested, but one thing I sometimes hear is like, "Oh man, like I think we should have a union, but my employer actually treats me pretty well." And it's like, "Hey, that's fantastic. It should make unionizing even easier." And really, what a union contract will do for a good employer is it just takes their good policies and puts it on me.
Right. Yeah, and it gets rid of a lot of that loopholes. And I think another thing too that we see is that a lot of, because we do have a lot of, especially in Wisconsin, like we have a lot of small businesses, especially compared to places like California and that type of thing. And there are a lot of businesses that are unintentionally engaging in bad labor practices. And so even just having that right to collective bargain or to raise class consciousness amongst the workers, like
and raise like working conditions,
right?
When we talk union contracts, I feel like a lot of people focus on the pay and the benefits, but working conditions is probably one of the greatest things that you can win in a union contract. contract. And that's where I feel like a lot of small businesses maybe miss the mark unintentionally. It's, like you said, it's not from a malice standpoint. It's purely from, hey, you know, this is the best way that we've been told to run a business. You know, and like collectively as a people in the U.S., we're conditioned to be more of that entrepreneur side than the worker side.
Right.
So a lot of it, you know, like I said, like you said, is not very intentional, but by putting protections in place, the workers can maybe bring awareness to those employers in a safe way that, you know, hey, we're organizing. Doesn't mean you're a bad boss.
Right. I hold on. Jay, I think that is like vitally important, especially for somebody like Kat, like yourself, that's running. Is like, I feel like a lot of the times when people think about unions, they think that it's like solely about conflict, and it's not. Like I love what you said, Jay. That like it doesn't mean that they're a bad boss or that they're necessarily running the business horribly.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, like I said, almost every place, like, if you're a really bad boss and you run a business really poorly, a union isn't going to fix that. It's
right.
You just leave a bad workplace. But it's something I hear a lot with workers and, you know, just people in the community all over now, not just in labor, but like getting out and being active in their communities is, you know, the grass isn't greener on the other side. The grass is greener where you water it. And that's all forming a union is it's watering the lawn you have.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. I like that too. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look in this ProAct. Thank you for bringing that up to my.
No, thank you, Katrina. And, you know, I've seen you at just about every event that I've gone to in the community, and you know that I was excited to, like I said, just hop on here and talk a little bit about ProAct, talk a little bit about labor, but really I wanted to talk about you. Like, I think you're going to be a great voice for working people
Thank you.
in CD8. I personally work with over 1,000 workers in that district, and you know, there's only been one voice out there that has been at every event that I'm at when I'm trying to show up for my workers, and it's you. And so, you know, I'm excited in any way that working people can help you get there. You know, it's just going to be you helping them when you get to DC. So
thank you. Well, and from my perspective, like my family, like when I was born, my mom and dad lived in a trailer park. Like we didn't have a lot of money, and I still don't. You know, the things that I have are things that I've saved, like for years, you know, or put like decades of effort and time into. So I understand very clearly how it is to not have a whole lot of funds and how it is to just like have to scrape by to make things happen. Where, you know, like you're robbing from your grocery fund to pay for, you know, your kids' school clothes. Like, I understand how much of a struggle it is for workers, and I understand what it's like to have to get up, like you stay up late helping your son with their math homework, but you still have to get up in the morning to go to work, and it's hard. Life is difficult, and
your boss doesn't care that, you know, he's going to get a D on his science project.
Yeah.
Which could impact his college, and you know, like there's long-term effects of that.
Well, and what
it also, as a side effect of that, if you don't mind me, sorry, I don't mean to jump in front of you there, Katrina. It creates a side effect of blame and guilt on the worker for not being a good parent.
Right.
You know, when you're told, oh, you know, you need to get to work, show up to work all the time. But then when you prioritize that because you're told to, then they're like, well, what are you doing? You only have so many years with kids. And it places workers in just an impossible position.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe, I guess, less than just union focused. I know you had recently written up something on affordability. And I guess that is something we can't always fix. And that's something we can't always adjust for in a union contract is, you know, we can get a raise, but when eggs double in a year and when gas is $5 a gallon, like how can we, you know, when we get someone like Katrina DeVille in Congress, how can we fix that problem?
Well, I think that problem gets fixed. Like, if you want to talk about fixing the economy, I'm all about that. We've got a problem in this country, and nobody seems to want to talk about it, especially the Democrats should be talking about it, and they're not. And what I'm getting at is everything has been over-financialized, and we no longer believe in maintaining a high velocity of money. What I mean by velocity of money, this is a concept that people used to touch on all the time, and nobody talks about it anymore. And it's velocity of money is money moving around. Like people on an everyday person's level, your velocity of money moves all the time. Like when you don't have millions of dollars sitting in the bank because you invested, and you're living paycheck to paycheck, all of the money that you have coming in is all the money that you have going out.
Right.
And that's like 100% velocity of money.
That makes sense.
And what that money moving around does, it's actually good for the economy, because like the whole idea of money and currency is to use it. It's like,
Crazy concept. It's not supposed to just sit like a dragon's hoard.
yeah, it's
Right.
not just supposed to be like we're just gonna hoard this,
I'm
It-
pretty sure
McDuck
they've
thing.
written a few fantasy novels about money just kind of sitting there.
well, and like the image always comes into my head of like Scrooge McDuck
Yeah.
with his gigantic pile of gold coins, you know.
that he
See, I
always
was
takes a dive
I was
into.
thinking
Yeah.
Smaug
Always-
because I'm a nerd, but
as well.
It always takes a dive into the gigantic pile of gold coins, right? And I think of that every time someone says the word like oligarch, like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg, and like that's the image that comes in. Like they have this gigantic building full of gold coins, and they just ha 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 and jump off and into the
laughing on their way to the bank.
right.
Yeah.
Speaking of Elon Musk, doesn't he have the build of a frog and the face of somebody who's been in one too many car accidents?
There's some sort of accident
Or
going
maybe
on
one
there.
too many jumps into the gold money pool. I don't know. But
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
he dives in face first.
definitely one too many jumps into the gold money pool for sure. It with the currency moving around, that helps the economy, because me spending my dollars that like I go and work for a small company, and then I get paid my paycheck, and then I go to the grocery store who's owned by my friend across the street,
Right.
and the small local grocery store, and I spend money there buying the food that my family needs to survive, and that puts food on his table. And then he is doing some sort of renovation project on his home, so he goes to the hardware store that's owned by the neighbor next to him, and the velocity of money
Right.
helps society, and by like letting it sit there, it doesn't help anybody, and it's become worse and worse and worse, because what we've done is we've taken the buying power of our society and shifted it away from the middle class and away from the working class people, and given the buying power to the richest of the rich. And when they have the buying power, they sit on it. They don't do anything with the money. So we don't see any of it down here at this level. We don't see like it moving around, and that's the fundamental that I think about when we go to about fixing this economy, is like we have to rework the economy of America in a way that puts the buying power back on the average everyday American, because sure, the richest people in this country, maybe they'll spend $1 million on a transaction where I'm only going and spending $30 on a transaction, but they'll do one transaction, and then like that's
Right.
where I'm like every day I have to go to this store and get that, and I have to go to this store and get that, and then I have to like people on like average everyday American level are doing transactions all the time, and there's millions more of us than there are of that 1%. So
Oh, yeah.
And
the majority of the economy falls on the shoulders of middle class Americans and working Americans, and if we don't have the buying power and the power of the economy in average everyday American level, that's when people really start to struggle, and we're living paycheck to paycheck, I think, because of that.
Yeah.
And one thing too, if I can just kind of jump in on that a little bit, is like and even when a lot of these people like Elon Musk, like Jeff Bezos, like, Zuckerberg, when they do spend money, it's like money that it's Schrodinger's money, right? Like
It's speculative.
right?
Yeah.
Like they have it when they need it, but when the government comes to tax them, then it's an unrealized gain or something like that, and it can't get taxed, right?
I was going to ask about that, Dane, and I feel like Katrina, you probably have a much better grasp on that. Just speaking on the velocity of money, and I guess help my understanding to make sure I'm understanding the premise correctly. Like, does this hurt that concept where these billionaires, and we've heard Musk say it a lot, and we just heard actually Mr. Beast of all people was talking.
Shout out to Mr. Beast.
Has no
Breadline, Mr. Beast.
real money. Like, he's worth all this, but it's all in stocks or
Right.
securities.
Yeah.
So the money that they actually spend on any type of daily basis is loan money, or it's finance money, which itself isn't real.
Yes, it's
So
speculative.
the money that they are moving and their velocity is all on the fictitious capital anyway.
Right.
So does that double the, or I guess not maybe double, but like, does it worsen the velocity problem when the rich's velocity is like artificial?
When it's actually just not like physical currency. Yeah. That's a good question. I would say it does, because they're still not moving around currency for anybody else to use. It's,
yeah, and then it's worse because they have given the illusion that they are, though.
right, exactly. Oh,
Like, when they're spending
yeah,
money on like a new rocket, it's not really money that they're spending.
right. They're just shifting numbers from one account to another. That those dollars are never making it into any of our hands, because they're just shifting it from one account to another.
And,
Love him or hate him, Trevor Noah, who used to do, had his
I
own
love
show.
Trevor Noah.
Yeah, Trevor Noah has this really funny bit where he's talking about how, like, basically what we've been talking about, how, like, when Elon Musk needs to go buy Twitter, he'll take out a loan and he'll borrow it against the assets that he has, and so he'll get this gigantic loan to buy Twitter. But then when the tax man comes around, then he's like, well, those are just assets. It's not actual money that I have. And so it's like it is like the supreme,
Grift.
loophole.
Yeah.
Grift. Right.
Well, and I think that's partly why they've worked so hard over the last couple decades to like make all of our money virtual. Where like, how many places now do you find that offer cash anymore?
Cashless,
Like,
yeah.
everything is virtual now, and part of that is because the more virtual our money is, the less it actually means anything. They can say whatever the fuck they want to if those little numbers on the bank screen all add up to what they want it to. But it doesn't matter if they actually have that fucking money in there.
Right.
Yeah.
But we can't do that. We can't value all these assets and be like, I have $2 billion. Who gives a shit? Like,
Right. Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
care that this is probably a $5 mic or whatever. Like, it's $200. Screw you. Give me my money.
Right.
It's actually more than a $5 mic.
Well,
but
yeah, okay. I'm not trying to talk too
we're
much shit
cheap,
about
but
our
we're not
mics.
that cheap.
But point being, like, I think that's why we have the funny money, as I call it, which is just...
See, the only other place that a $5 mic is worth 20 is when it's a defense contract.
Yeah. No, but for real though,
Agreed,
that's another big problem
Yeah, it
that
is.
Jay just brought up, because I remember many years ago there was a story about how there was like this hammer that you can find at Home Depot for like $20 that defense contractors were selling for like $200.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
it's not made by Northrop
the
Grumman, but it's the same
$38,000
thing.
Right.
hammer order.
Yeah, and it's like, what does your $3,000 hammer do that my $20 hammer can't do?
Right.
Like,
Right.
Moms, brown kids across the world.
that's fair.
Yeah, right. The economy is something that I've really taken a strong interest in, and I've really been diving into it hardcore, because I understand that's the fundamental concern that Americans have. People are really, really concerned with affordability, especially when we see the price of gasoline going to $5 a gallon, and we see our groceries shooting up 50% over the course of the last year. And like, it would be really foolish to say that it's all Trump's fault. It's not. He's been a catalyst to bring it to this point, but
Yeah.
the economy's been screwed up for a long time, and it's been heading this way. And I think he was like the needle. He was like the straw that broke the camel's back. But it's been messed up for a long time, at least since the 1980s, where we've been moving away from workers' rights, and we've been taking programs away that help the workers and help, like teachers, and like it we need to get this society back to a point where it puts the velocity of money back into the working man and working woman's hand. And the things that I've outlined in some of my economic ideas on like the website and on Facebook and Instagram, those are things that point us back in that direction, where you tax the rich. That's a big thing that a lot of progressives talk about. You tax the rich because by doing that, you can bring down the taxes of middle class people, and that's what I intend to do. We need to look at the times in our history where things have been really, really good for middle class people, because by strengthening the middle class of this country, you strengthen the entire country.
Yeah.
The majority.
Exactly what Emma's going to say, because I've heard you argue about this point in the 50s.
The majority of this country is the middle class.
Yeah.
There's, was there 1,500 billionaires in the United States, and then there's the rest of all of us. So we need to put strength back in our numbers and our majority. And by what you do is you tax the rich at a much higher rate. They can obviously afford it because they're doing very, 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 very well. And what it does is it takes the burden off of middle-class Americans. And, yeah, we look 100% at, like, the Eisenhower administration time period of this country, like the 1950s, when, they were taxing the super wealthy at, 90%. It took that. It's something that Senator Sanders has talked about for a long time. And
so-called "Make America Great Again," right?
Yeah.
Like if that's what they're gonna say, that's what we need to do. Tax them back at 90%.
And you know who stopped that 90% tax rate? Ronald
Reagan.
Fuck Ronald Reagan.
That's why I said 1980s has been going on.
Everywhere I go for the rest of my life, I will find a way to fit fuck Ronald Reagan into my
Thank you. Oh yeah, I was saving it for you.
Yeah,
that's because I know that you.
I kind of felt like that's where Dane was leading me when he was like, "Oh, I know Emma's got this one."
yeah.
The other thing that I say a lot too is there's no war but class war, or there should be no war but class war.
Yeah.
Because like they call it class war now that the poor are fighting back, but for the last like 100 some odd years that they've been waging war on us, because that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
It was never called class war. It was just business as usual.
Well,
then we fight back. All of a sudden, it's class war.
And
So I say fine.
Even on top of that, like it's by the modern standards of what war is, like so-called class war isn't even war. Like it's just standing up for your.
Yeah, it's just
like,
us adding regulations to rich people that put more of their money back into the system, so we don't have to fight for bread.
Right. Yeah.
So that way James doesn't have to lose his shit because he didn't get a promotion that he more than deserved, and now is struggling to take care of his family. It's why when I work, no matter how much I worked in a nonprofit where we took care of cats. That's where that sweetie came from. And I tell you, if we had better pay structures, better benefit structures, like universal health care, for example,
yes,
it wouldn't matter that we couldn't afford to do health insurance because we would have a mechanism in place. The Badger Care Public Option, because Garnet would shoot me if I talked about healthcare without mentioning that, is a bill that's coming in next year because, again, as a reminder, Republicans in the Assembly in Wisconsin decided that they were going to take from February of 2026 to January of 2027 off.
It's obtuse.
By the way, they're still collecting their fucking paychecks, which is bullshit.
100% obtuse.
Because I can't just not do my job for a year,
right?
And still keep my job, like.
Yep,
yeah.
They're having a very extended Republican vacation.
Oh, sorry, Jay said he can't hear me for some reason. Let me see if I can. More technical difficulties.
Oh, yes. Well,
can you hear me, Jay?
Through the phone or through the stream, I guess is the big question.
Through the phone or through the stream, he can't hear you.
Hold on. Let me just try to call it back.
But no, I mean, I like where this
Actually,
what?
Turn my volume all the way down.
Oh, I mean, I like where the convo is going, because I think we're seeing a lot of like discontent, I think, within the working class of this country, because we've gotten to a point where even the people that like voted for Trump, like his approval rating is plummeting, right? And so it's like even the shit that he's doing is not popular. I mean, the guy's made billions of dollars since he's been in office. And
consumer sentiment. This was reported on Friday, and I think it was Fox News that reported this. But consumer sentiment has plummeted to the lowest point it's ever been since 1952, and the reason that is the worst is because that's when they started tracking consumer sentiment. Like that's for real. It was on Fox News, and they were just like, yeah, this is the lowest consumer sentiment has ever been since 1952, when they started keeping track of consumer sentiment. So like, let that be something. And it's I'll remind everybody again, like 3 months ago, the Strait of Hormuz didn't cost us anything extra. And
that's a really good point.
All the things that pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
Half the people that are, a lot of people probably didn't even know what the Strait of Hormuz was.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and it's not that we wanted to all go, bankrupt trying to learn a geography lesson, but it's really obvious that Trump said it himself on television. You can go back and look at the question that the reporter posed to him when she asked, "What is your level of concern for the American public when price of gas is $5 a gallon and the price of groceries has shot way up? What's your when you go and make these decisions about moving in with on an Iran war and getting
Venezuela, right?
Yeah, and being like locked in with having the Strait of Hormuz closed, and she said, "What's your concern for the American people and their lives with it?" He's like, "None."
Yeah.
It's like, hello. They don't care about anybody but themselves, and they're going to continue to try and get as much from the system as they can, and that means you and me. So they're going to try and keep taking as much as they can from you and me, and we need to get them out of there, and anyone that supports that out, because people in this country are suffering. They're really struggling to make it, and living paycheck to paycheck. The majority of Americans couldn't sustain a $400 emergency right now. It would put them over the brink of survival. That's really a profound realization, when we're also told at the same time that this is the richest country in the world. It can be the richest country in the world, and we still, none of us regular folks have any money, because you have this small handful of people that have all the money, and the velocity of money, they're not moving it around. It's sitting there in their big gold bins so they can dive into it like Scrooge McDuck, for real. What's happening?
All right, sorry folks, technical difficulty.
We'll be right back.
There was that second one.
Two mics that are doing it now. Because both.
Are those the two ribbons?
Looks like. just hit transition, and
Okay.
it'll send you straight over to it,
Oh, cool.
and then I'll just be right here.
That's cool. Well, you guys like sit in with me or whatever too, if you want to, if you feel like you'd like to. But
I just don't want to like being on cameras.
I feel you. I feel you. Yep, I get it.
It's very stressful,
I get it.
but it'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it'd be totally fine. It would be nice if we had actually some people that would tune in. That'd be good. Where's the phone? It's there. Yeah. Okay, so that's. Oh, that's. I get it now. I get it. Okay. Oh, we did get a donation.
Oh, sweet. How much?
$10.
Sweet.
Yeah. Be nice if there was another 3 zeros behind that. I don't. Oh, it's from Jay. Jay gives.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
All right. Oh, shoot. We are currently getting sound through the thing.
We are.
Yeah, because I unmuted it. I thought we were. My bad. And now we're live.
All right. So, we had some microphone difficulties, and I've decided to continue on just for a little while and try to tell people about my story. And just so you can learn a little bit more about me and the kind of person I am and what I'm trying to, the energy that I bring to this situation. I'm keeping an eye on the chat too. This is the first time I've ever really sat at a live stream computer setup by myself, and it's pretty cool. Usually all the live things I've done have been over my phone, that sort of thing. So this is a different sort of experience, and it's fun. I'm happy to try new things, and I'm not afraid to do unfamiliar things and learn to do the very best job I can in Congress or any job that I take on. So I was born in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, 1975. So I just turned 50 years old in December. I'm a public-facing trans woman, and that's been something I've struggled with my entire life. And I think most people who have come to know me, especially those who've come to know me recently, don't know a lot of how I got to this point. They know these few things about me, but I think from a voter standpoint and having an idea of the kind of person I am, and how do you trust someone if you don't know them, right? So I'm going to take some time today and do this live stream that's all about Kat. You get to learn about me and the kind of person I am and the kind of energy that I'm bringing right here, right now. I was born in Beaver Dam, 1975. My mom and dad, they didn't have a whole lot of money. We lived in a trailer park, and I was a happy child. I've always been an optimistic sort of person and try to find the bright side of any instance that I'm in. Even just like today, I know my team has tried really hard to make things work, and I love them for everything they've done today. There's lots of tech things that are involved with trying to do a multi-microphone stream session, and I really appreciate all the effort that they did. It speaks to their character as well. They really care. So, my folks didn't have a whole lot of money, but that was okay. We were a happy family, and I have one younger brother, and he's 2 years younger than I am, and my family was, I guess, in this modern American age when divorce seems so prevalent and normal, I guess you could consider my family was outside the norm. My mom and dad were together through my entire life. And the only reason they're separated now is because we lost my mom to cancer 7 years ago. Otherwise, they were together and married, and happily as a family unit up until 7-8 years ago. So, anyways, I was born in Beaver Dam, and my dad was working for a John Deere dealership at the time, fixing tractors. Like I'd mentioned earlier in the in the live stream today, that my dad had grown up on farm. His whole family was from they're from the East Troy Elkhorn area, and agriculture is strong in my family. My family's been farmers for forever, and that was something that, even though I was brought up, like an urban sort of city kid, as far as like Wisconsin urban goes, if you consider like Fond du Lac, Wisconsin urban, it's a lot more urban than like a place like Elkhorn, that's for sure. You're talking a difference of, Elkhorn has 5,000 people, Fond du Lac has like 40,000 people. It's a big difference, but it was still something that was important to me. I was in 4-H when I was a kid, so like there was still aspects of farming and agriculture that were very important to me. But it was what my dad did for a living. He was, working for John Deere for a couple of years, and then he worked for New Idea for just a hot minute in Illinois. I don't even remember even living there. I think I was like 2 years old, something like that. But we moved back to Wisconsin when he got a job with Allis-Chalmers. And my dad had the job. He had a job working at the research and development plant in West Allis. And he had, I would say it was a pretty fun job. He was one of the people that he got to test the tractors for safety and things like that, and longevity. So they would run these tractors on what seemed like a gigantic treadmill for 24 hours a day, trying to get them to break, see how long the engines would last and things like this. That's the way they always did things back then. They had like test benches where you'd strap down the engine and it would just run and run and run and run, and you would see how long it would last. And so, and he also had the fun job of like, he remote controlled these gigantic tractors and drove them over cliffs to check the safety of the cabs, if the cabs would crush, and save the farmer on the inside. If the cab was built up to spec and it did its job, it would save the farmer inside from getting hurt. So I remember going to the Allis-Chalmers plant on the weekends. My dad would have to go and take readings off of these primitive computers and write these readings down so that the research and development division of Allis-Chalmers would have some idea of how long the equipment was lasting, what the hours of time that they were being run was having as an effect on the longevity of the equipment, that sort of thing. And I always liked it when we got to go to the Allis-Chalmers plant, because they had an ice cream vending machine there. And if I was good, if me and my brother were both good, we got to have a drumstick out of the ice cream vending machine, and there's still a Polaroid. I remember my brother had this old Polaroid picture of he and I sitting in the cab of this enormous Al Chalmers tractor. I always thought it was the greatest thing, being able to go along with my dad to work and seeing him do these enormous, work on these enormous machines and do things that, like, my grandpa was a farmer. So, like, my dad working for Al Chalmers was like, this is helping farmers. They're creating safe equipment for, our farmers and our agriculture people to use. It always felt like Wisconsin pride to me. So, my dad, he wanted to give his family a better life. He started going to school at nights in Kenosha at UW Parkside for engineering. At this time, my mom was a nurse. She had gone to GTI, same as my dad, and got her nursing degree. She was a licensed practical. Can't talk. Everything else has malfunctioned today. Now it's my tongue. She was a licensed practical nurse, LPN, and when I was young, she was going to school for that. I remember her working odd jobs at, like, Dairy Queen, McDonald's, that sort of thing, to pay for schooling. And so, yeah, my parents, they weren't well off. My family wasn't well off. My folks had to work while taking care of me and my brother and going to school at the same time. So this is the sort of environment that I was brought up in. Like, if you want things, then you have to work for those things. And hard work should pay off. I still believe that's true. I still believe that hardworking Americans, if your heart's in it and you go after something and you're willing to do the work for it, you should be able to get there. And I think that a lot of our country has been steered away from that right now because union rights have been taken away from folks, and people aren't being paid a fair wage that they can even live on. It's not because people can't survive working these jobs, not because they don't care, not because they don't put in effort. It's because the companies don't value the people. So my dad started going back to school at night for engineering, and we were living in Salem, Wisconsin, which is west of Kenosha, so the really southern part of the state, and that's where when we lived in Salem. That's where I started kindergarten, and we lived there until the end of my second grade year. It's right on the border of Illinois. I remember going to Antioch, Illinois with my mom to the A&P so we could get groceries when I was little. It's like one of my very first memories. Also, one of my very first memories, and we'll tie in my transition and all that right here, was when I was 5, as I was about to start kindergarten. My parents took us shopping for school clothes. It's what every parent does. School's coming up. You got to take the kids shopping for school clothes. So they piled me and my brother in the car, and we drove over to Kenosha to go shopping for school clothes. That was the closest shopping centers, So we always would go to Kenosha on the weekends if we needed to go shopping for things. And I remember going to Shopko and picking out some clothes. And at one point, my mom looks at me and my brother, and she says, "Winter's coming. You better go pick out some boots. We don't know the next time we'll get back here to go shopping. Go pick out some boots. We need to make sure they have some." And, like, now I'm going to really date myself. Moon boots were all the rage, right? And some of the styles back then are pretty questionable in my eyes as I turn and look back at them from this vantage point. But she said, run on over and pick out some boots. So I took off one way and my brother took off another way. And I don't really remember what he came back with, but I came back with a gigantic grin on my face. And I was holding out these pink and white moon boots. These. I want these. And my mom looks at me and she says, well, you can't have those. And I, me and my 5-year-old self looked at her and I was like, why not? And she said, well, because those are for girls. And I was like, and? And she was like, and we're going to go find you some nice blue ones. So, yeah, we put them back, and I remember picking out some blue ones, and what's really funny, I didn't even realize it at the time, but what's really kind of funny to remember is those blue ones had rainbows on the sides of them. And for the record, I hated those blue moon boots with every bit of my soul. Like, I loved playing in the snow and I loved sledding, but the minute I could go back inside and take those god-awful blue moon boots off, I think someday I still might need to buy a pair of white and pink moon boots. Just like to have some like self-realization, right? Of like, okay, I finally overcame this thing. But anyways, cheap thrills, it would be really cheap to fix that. When she told me no, it went over my head. It was something that I never gave a second thought because I was a good kid. Like I was 5 years old. At 5 years old, I loved my mom and dad. So I listened to my mom and dad. And what mom said, that was what you did. That's how I was taught. And that's what I respected my mom and dad, and I still do. And I respect all my elders. And that's how I go into any discussion, is respecting the other person. It's by not being respected back is what causes me to move away from that sort of perspective with people that I meet and interact with. But it never occurred to me that I was trans. At 5 years old, I didn't know that word, but obviously it was there. And my natural instinct was to come back with pink and white moon boots. They were really pretty. But when she told me no, I never gave it a second thought because I was a good kid and I thought I was a good kid and I wanted to be like a good kid. So you listen to mom. And I never really gave it any thought until, I just existed. I never gave my gender a second thought. I just existed. I was a happy kid and I would play, I had girls that were my friends and I had boys that were my friends, and it didn't matter to me what we were playing, just as long as I was playing and having a good time and having fun with the person I was around, and feeling accepted, and I accepted whoever I was around. Fair and kind and love and all that, it's what kids should experience. Until I got to be about 12 years old, and I started to see like some changes happen with my friends who were girls, and I was like, I could see them like becoming pretty, and I was just like, I could start to see things happen to me, and it would, puberty started to happen, and I started to feel trapped and stuck. Like I've been cursed That's the perfect word for it. I started to feel like I was cursed with this thing that I never asked for. I could see the girls I knew start to get, like long hair and pretty things. And like, I was like, but I want those things. Those were that was what my heart said that, but like I was cursed with this thing that I never asked for. And like all of society says you have to be this way because this is the fate you were given, and it's like you can't change that at all. Well, does that mean we should be living with dying because we have poor heart, or we should live with, not being able to leave the house because we lost a leg in an accident and this is what you were given, so you just make the best of it, sort of thing. It's we have the ability to change things when things don't match up, when things have hurt us, when obstacles are put in our way. There's ways to overcome, and I started to feel really trapped into a fate that I'd never asked for. So I looked around, and it was like, well, there's people that do transition. There's people that do have that incongruent feeling and have done steps to overcome it, and they live super happy lives because they are true to themselves. So the internet was a brand new thing. I started to do some research, just sit like crazy that a 12-year-old kid would start to do these things, right? But when you're stuck in a place that you don't feel you can get out of, you look for solutions, or finality starts to set in. And far too many trans people end up ending their lives over things like this. And like, I'm a survivor and I'm a fighter, so I wasn't going to have it. I knew there would be other ways because I could see people that were having similar issues with how they felt about themselves, and they had found other ways. So I started to go online and research, like, what do you have to do to transition? How do I remember typing in, like, how do I become a girl? It was a grand day when I was like, I can really search this thing. Yep, I can just hit the button and it makes that noise, and it'll tell me, like, these are things, right? So, like, there's protocols. There's different doctors and health professionals that you should talk to, and there's different medicine that they prescribe that can start you down a path of transitioning. And so I started to look up, like, okay, these are the kind of doctors you need to talk to, and these are the things that they usually talk about, and these are like the sorts of questions that they might ask that you could think about asking yourself. And these are the medications that get prescribed, and these are the protocols for taking them. And so, like, pill form or injection form, and like, these are the things that can block hormones that you don't want. These are the things that can give you the hormones that you want. And what are the bad side effects if you take too much? And what are the amounts that you take? All the things. So after doing a bunch of research on it and reading a bunch of, like, forums and, like, first person testimonials about, like, well, this is how it's going after this amount of time, and is hormone replacement therapy is pretty low on the scale of health hazard. It's pretty mild set of long-term medication where it takes literally years and years and years for someone to realize the full effects of these things. I mean, anyone that's gone through puberty, hello, everybody that's out there paying attention to this at all has gone through puberty at some point. So you know how long it takes. It takes years and years and years. And when a trans person starts to transition, that's the sort of timeline we're looking at. It's not something of like, oh, I'm going to transition, instant girl. It doesn't happen like that. It's literally a second puberty. It takes years. So when I was 12, I had a paper out, and like I said, I started to do this deep diving on the internet, dial-up internet, slow as fuck internet, on how to transition. And after reading some forums and things, I was like, there was ways that you could, there was, they don't really exist anymore. But back in those days, there was overseas drug houses that, probably regarded less than scrupulous now, but you could order hormones and they would ship them to you without prescription, without talking to anybody, because the truth of the matter is you should talk to someone if you have these feelings of incongruence with your outward appearance versus like what your soul is telling you and what your heart is telling you. You should talk to someone, and it's safe to go and talk to mental health professionals, physical health professionals. That was, I guess, something that was not underlined enough for me when I was a kid. So if I can say that thing right here and possibly affect someone's life in a positive way, I hope that I can at least achieve this one thing. And it's always safe to go and talk to health professionals about gender dysphoria, about, an incongruence in your heart, and any instance that you're having a trouble with, it's safe to go talk to someone about it. That's why these people went into their profession, is to help folks and to be a safe place. I didn't know that when I was 12. So I felt very alone, and I felt very uncomfortable talking to anybody about it, because my parents weren't very comfortable talking to me and my brother about gender or sex or anything like that. So I felt like I didn't have anybody I could talk to. I felt like I needed to suss this out on my own, or I would just have to continue on as things were going. And I wasn't really interested in letting things just continue on with how they were going. But I had a paper out, and I was making some, paper out money as 12 years old. And, like any, warm-blooded American kid, what do when they have paper out money and they're 12 years old? They buy hormones online. No, I mean, that's not usually the case, but mine it was. So I had found an online drugstore that had the hormone listed that would help with transition. And I remember first time I ordered any, I remember typing it in on the computer, and it came up, and I was like, oh, it's right there. So I clicked on it, and it came up, in the cart. And I got out my my check card. That's what they used to call it before they called it a debit card. It was a check card. And I typed in the numbers, and I was just remember hovering over that enter button and being like, they're not actually going to let me buy this stuff, are they? There's no way. I mean, like, it's drugs, it's hormones. I mean, they're basically harmless to someone who takes them for even a couple weeks, sort of thing. But like, they're not actually going to let me. And I'm like hovering, and I clicked the button, and I was like, they are going to let me buy it. Okay, well, they're just going to charge me. It's just some sort of scam. There's no way they'll ever send it to me, And when you buy things, at least back then, when you bought things overseas and it had to go through customs and all that, it would take some weeks to get things in the mail. And it said that on the website. Could take up to like 3 weeks for you to get the things that you ordered, right? And so when I clicked the button, I was like, no way. They're not going to send me anything. It's just a scam, right? 3 weeks later, my mom goes, hey, you got a package. And I was like, what? Oh, thanks, Mom. And I grabbed it and I went running off to my room. And I was like, I know what this is. I know what this is. And I opened the box up and, yep, it was the hormones that I'd ordered. And I was just like, no way, no way, no way, no way. And I just sat there for like an hour staring at it, like, what am I going to do now? And I read the protocols again, and I was just like, well, I know what I'm going to do now. I started to take it. And immediately, within like a day, 2, I felt incredibly better. Hormones affect our very basic building blocks. Anybody that thinks they don't has never been around has never been around a female during that time of the month when her hormones are just going bonkers wild. There's absolute existing examples of it's become like a social sort of like, don't mess around with her because she's like, it's a thing. That's hormones that cause that. So they affect us at the very molecular level, like your thoughts, your desires, your creative sense. So it's not just like what you see on the outside. It's our mind and body and spirit that get affected by it too. So when I say I immediately felt better within a day, that's real. Like it affected my heart and the way I would think about things and the way I would like I've always been a creative sort of person. So it would affect the way I create things too. Like with like drawing or writing music or painting things or writing things, it affected it at the core. And it was so much better. And like the best way that I can describe that, when I say it was so much better, the best way I can describe that for someone who never experiences this sort of thing is, okay, imagine you're right-handed, and that is your natural dominant hand. But mom and dad tell you need to write with your left hand. And you might put up a protest initially, but they insist. And you, being a good child, say, okay, I'm going to listen to mom and dad. And you put that pen in your left hand. And you get pretty good at using it because that's what you're supposed to do. So you spend serious time practicing writing with your left hand, and you might even become kind of an expert at it because you've spent so much time writing with this, right? Your left hand. But then one day, somebody takes that pen, or you take that pen, and you put it in your right hand. And without saying another word, without even thinking about it, it just sings. And it does things that are 100 times past what your other hand could do. Try switching hands sometime and tell me that I'm wrong on that, right? So I would feel immediately better on the hormones, and I would take them for about a month. and, then, and then I had the real problem of I started to see some changes happen in my physical appearance. My eyes started to change shape. Like things started to happen. And I was like, oh dear, how am I explaining away this? So I came to the realization, keep in mind, I'm 12. This is all things that a 12-year-old is experiencing on her own, because I was too uncomfortable to talk to anybody about it. So I had to figure it out on my own. And so many things in my life I've been forced to figure out on my own because no one's helped me or people have genuinely put obstacles in my path. I won't be deterred. And I bring that same level of energy to this congressional run and running to fix this country and stand up for our Constitution and the American people. I will not be deterred, and I will not be stopped by obstacles. I will do my best to find ways around them and do my best to fight for you and America because people need someone with determination, energy, strength, and self-confidence and courage to fight for them. And I absolutely will. So I would take the hormones for about a month and I would feel incredible. But I would start to see some physical changes happen. And it was like, well, people are going to start to ask questions. So I'll either need to talk to someone about these things or stop taking them. And because I was in a place of not being comfortable to talk to people about it, I would stop taking them. And I didn't trust myself with keeping them around. So I would like have a moment of like finality, panic, and flush them down the drain. And I would be like, there would be like this moment of relief because I had put a stop to, secondary sex traits showing up. And I was like, I averted the moment of having to talk to someone about this thing that I don't feel comfortable talking to someone about. And then invariably after a couple days, I would start to feel sad and depressed and trapped. And I would start to ask myself, why do I feel so sad? Why do I feel so angry? Why do I feel so stuck? Why do I feel so depressed? What changed? When did I feel happy the last time? Last time I felt happy, I was on hormones. So I should get some again. And I did. So I would order more. And it would take another 3 weeks for them to get here. And in the meantime, I would be sad and depressed and lonely and down and angry. And I'm always, like I said, I've always been an optimistic sort of person. So I would keep the hope alive in my head that like soon, they'll be here soon. You just have to wait a couple of weeks and they'll be here. And I would count the days down. And finally they would show up and I'd run into my room and I'd take them right away. And within, like 24 or 48 hours, I'd feel better again. And after 3-4 weeks, I'd start to see something changing on me again and I'd freak out again. And I would stop taking them again. This is literally something that went on in my life for close to 20 years. I was on this emotional and hormonal roller coaster for 20 years. Um, being in like relationships and being in different bands and playing music all over the place and meeting all sorts of different people and genuinely always getting along great with folks and listening to people and caring about folks. Hormones never had anything to do with that. It had everything to do with how I felt about myself and how I took care of myself or didn't. For a really long time, I didn't go to the doctor. I didn't go to the dentist. I didn't care about me because the outside didn't match the inside. I was stuck in this fate, in this life that I was given without asking. And I would do these steps of taking hormones in short bursts to try and overcome, but I was still too uncomfortable and anxious and worried about what others would think about me to continue on with it or to talk to anybody about it. So 20 years of emotional roller coaster and trying to find happiness in relationships, trying to find happiness in financial affluence, trying to find happiness in building things or in creating things. I was genuinely thankful for all the moments that I've had, and I wouldn't trade any of those moments for anything. I've had some gorgeous, beautiful moments through my life of blessing from, being a good saxophone player, being a good singer, opportunities that I was given because of talents that I had worked on. But it's always this hormonal imbalance has always been something that I'd fought with for 20 years. It was just below the surface. It was something that I never let people see. And it was something that I felt changed to for like 20 years, 30 years, my entire life. And when COVID hit, I went 100% the wrong direction. I thought to myself, I was all alone. I had no relationship, no pets. And I thought to myself, well, here you go. Here's the opportunity that you have to see if you can exist forever now by not taking hormones anymore. Let's see if we can like go all in on boy mode. And it's funny, I did that for like 2 years. And I ended up gaining a bunch of weight. I ended up taking worse care of myself than I ever had. It wasn't like care of myself wasn't something I'd even considered. It didn't even register in my awareness because I was just busy existing. Wasn't thinking about like, well, have you eaten enough, fruits and vegetables to be like up with your vitamins? I wasn't concerned about it whatsoever. Just merely going through the paces. Over those 2 years, I wrote hardly any music. It wouldn't come. I would sit down in front of my computer. I would sit down with manuscript paper. I would sit down at a keyboard. I would sit down with my saxophone, and I would try to write music, and it just wouldn't come out. I remember sitting for hours trying to write at one point and just being so incredibly stuck and frustrated, not being able to understand why I couldn't write any music, why I couldn't create things. And then I would, dive back into doing the car work that I was doing because I'm also a welder and a car builder and a sheet metal fabricator. And I've built hot rods and cars for like the last 20 years or whatever, 30 years, long time. So I would dive back into that because it's, I guess writing music for me has always been something of like waiting for lightning to strike. And the lightning just wouldn't come. Couldn't explain it. But I can now because it was the hormones. The minute I'd started taking them again, I wrote, I think it was 7 songs in like 2 days. Somebody turned the spigot on and it just poured out like a fire hose. Like, oh yeah, now we can write some things. Here, it was just like the pen, I remember flying across the page. It's great. During COVID, I ended up getting drawn into Second Life, which is a virtual online gaming platform, but it's not really much of a game. It's considered like a virtual Second Life. I was looking for some sort of like social interaction with people. And in COVID, everybody knows we were all isolated and locked down. And a lot of people had their family with them, their significant other, a pet. I was on my own, just me. And I was starting to go kind of stir crazy. So I logged on to Second Life and I'd been there 5 years before. I had left because music had become so busy. And when COVID isolated us, I was like, I wonder if that's even a thing. I could go back to Second Life. And it was a thing. It was like 400,000 people online that day that I first logged on, which is pretty rad. So yeah, there was lots of places to go and hang out and meet people and things. Well, if you don't know anything about Second Life, it is a avatar platform. It's a virtual world. It's free to sign up. So if anybody wants to try it based on me telling you about it today, you can absolutely go try it for free. Second Life. It's supposed to function like a Second Life. But the great thing about that platform is however you present yourself there in avatar form is how people perceive you. They take you at face value. So when I had signed up for Second Life in 2015, I signed up as a girl because I was told like they will take you at face value. And I was too afraid to be my true self here from fear of judgment and loss of love and family and friends. I could try it out there, not knowing anybody. And the hazard was like nearly zero. I had like, what did I have to lose except time? So I logged on and I had to pick a name. And I chose Katrina DeVille. So I've gone by that name ever since 2015. So when I transitioned here, obviously it was no question the name I was going to pick. I made a lot of friends. There was a lot of people online back in 2015, and I was there for about a year, had some great friends and some great interactions with people. And after about a year, my real life music started to pick up. And I told my friends there, I have to go back to real life and focus all my attention on that. Maybe someday I'll be back. And for like 4.5 years, I didn't log on. So when we got locked down in COVID, wanting to have some sort of personable interaction with people, I logged back on and immediately met some new people and had instant friendships right away online. But pretty early on, I was abused on Second Life. Sexually abused on Second Life. And I found out from asking my friends online, like I was appalled. This was a feeling I'd never experienced in my life, real or Second Life. I didn't know what it felt like to be sexually abused and to be raped. The feeling of being violated that comes with that isn't something that somebody can tell you. If you've experienced it, then you know what that feels like. I'd spent hours and hours and hours and hours making my virtual self look how I wanted it to look, like serious heart and time and thought and creativity, and every bit of my being went into making the online me. So when I went to the kitchen and I came back with a glass of soda and I saw someone taking advantage of me, very much felt, I mean, that's an extension of me. So I was appalled. And I asked all my friends online, like, I was like, I can't believe this just happened. And they're like, oh, yeah, that happens all the time. Like, what? They're like, yeah, that happens to us all the time. I'm like, what do you mean that happens all the time? Like, yeah, that happens to us all the time. I was like, not anymore. It's not. Somebody's going to stand up against this crap and the people that keep abusing one another. So I started to stand up for the abused and the downtrodden and speak up to admins about this person abused that person and this person treats everybody like dog shit. You need to get them out of here or they're going to start treating everybody like that. And they would verify it with, oh yeah, that person treated me like that. And so after a while, I kind of got a reputation of being a problem solver for the abused and mistreated. And I got involved in a competitive online game there where I was spending so much time online. I got addicted to it and to being online. And I saw it after about a year or so. Like it was seriously destroying my life. So I understand what it feels like to battle addiction too. Doesn't matter what you're addicted to, if it's alcohol, drugs, online gaming, gambling. Addiction works the same. It will eat the rest of your life and make you put all of your effort into that other thing to satisfy the little demon in your head that says you have to do, you have to do, you have to do. I saw it after about a year and a half or so. And I pulled myself away from Second Life and I was like, I need to spend more time in real life, focusing on my life, making sure that I'm being an upstanding person in society, making sure I'm taking care of my responsibilities. And as much as I tried, I still was online 15, 16 hours a day. And I started to ask myself why. And it was like, I've pulled myself out of that game. I have a lot of friends here. Maybe it's because I like to visit with friends all the time. 16 hours worth? That seems a bit much. And I couldn't quite come up with the reason. So I finally asked myself one day, I was like, well, what can I do online here that I can't do? Oh, this.
One second, keep talking.
Hi.
I'm gonna adjust your volume real quick.
Hi, Emma.
It's up all the way. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm pretty far away from the microphone now, too. I keep moving
Let
around.
me see if I can tilt it so it's more, you don't
Yep.
have to look at it as much too.
That's cool.
There we go.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. So good. So good. So good. So I asked myself one day, like, what can I do online that I can't do in real life? And I was like, oh, there it is. I can be a girl online, and I have to put that away when I come back here to real life. And I sat and thought about it, and I was like, I don't quite know what I'm going to do with this information. We're just going to sit on this and think about it for a bit. And I thought about it for about a month, not quite knowing what to do with that. And then my dad stopped by. My dad stopped by one day. He had gone to visit my daughter, and he called me on his way back home. And he said, I'd like to stop by. I need to talk to you about something. I said, okay, sure. I always like to see my dad. And he stopped by, and I said, what's going on? And he said, well, you probably want to sit down for this. I was like, you're worrying me. Don't worry me, old man. What are you doing? So I sat down. And he said, so your daughter is trans. And she's going to transition to male. And we didn't know how you would feel about that. So I wanted to talk to you about it today. Keep in mind, she was 19 at the time, so well within legal ramifications of making this determination on her own. And my dad said we didn't know how you'd feel about it, so I wanted to talk to you about it ahead of time. And I said, well, I love him. It was that easy for me. Just like, of course, snap the fingers. It's just the package on the outside. The soul and the heart are the same as they've always been. And what I've found out is that by taking off those chains, the soul and the heart that's inside that everybody's loved in the past actually becomes like 100 times stronger. But I said that day, I love him. That's all there is to it. And he said, good. And then, we talked a little bit more and he left. And I sat in that chair as, 48-year-old and asked myself, look at this. 19-year-old girl can have this kind of courage. Why can't I? Well, you can. It turns out you can. You just have to decide that you're going to do it and be okay with the consequences of what happens. This is true with anything. I still wasn't quite ready. I wasn't quite there yet. So I sat and thought about it for a couple weeks. I was like, yeah, that's the truth of it, right? And I thought about the consequences and what could happen. I could lose everybody. I could lose everything I'd ever worked for. I could lose my entire music career. I could lose all my money, all my friends. So I really thought about it for a long time. 2-3 weeks. And then one of my close musician friends passed away unexpectedly. I was playing with a band at the time, off and on, called The Dirty Deuce. And the guitar player and lead vocalist of the band, Rob Atwood, such a dear friend. He passed away suddenly. And I mean sudden. Like, they played the state fair on a Sunday. He went into the hospital on Monday, and he was gone by Wednesday. And he was 52 years old. So 4 years older than I was. And it took the breath out of my lungs. I'm a singer and a saxophone player. And that's really saying something, to take the breath out of my lungs. I sat down in a chair like I'd been punched in the face because I loved my friend and I never got a chance to say goodbye to him. But it woke me up like a smack to the face, like a brick to the face. It woke me up because it made me realize nobody's coming to do these things for you. I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, nobody's coming to do these things for you. You have to do the things that you've been afraid to do. The things that you've been too scared to take on. Nobody's going to come and do these things for you. So you have to do them. Or don't. And then shut the fuck up and be miserable the rest of your life. I'd already done 48 years of plan A. Being miserable. And I was like, yeah, fuck that. We're not doing that anymore. Today's the day that changes. And Rob made me see it. And my son made me see it. So I picked up the phone. And I called Planned Parenthood because they also help trans people. And shaking, scared, and crying, I called them and I said, I need to talk to a nurse because I'm trans and I need help. I want to do this the right way. All the ways I did it in the past of self-med and guessing and being unsafe, I want to do all of it the right way. And be monitored and have my blood taken and talk to somebody about things and go to counseling and like do something to take care of me. You know? And they connected me with this fantastic nurse. Such a lovely woman. So many great people that work for Planned Parenthood. They genuinely care. And so she said, okay, we need to have you come in so we can take your blood and see what your levels are. And then, yeah, we'll give you this prescription for hormones and you can go get them. And you can start on the lowest dose. And then we'll have you come in a month and we'll check your levels and see where you're at and how, things are going. Because there should be a certain amount of estrogen in your blood and a certain amount of testosterone in your blood. Both men and women make both. Our levels are just different. That's all. So, these are naturally occurring hormones in people, too. It's not like we're injecting weed begone into our system or something. It's not. It's like these are naturally occurring drugs in humans. We're just changing the channel. That's all. Reaching over to the TV and ka-chunk. Okay, this channel works better. This one's in color. The last one was in black and white. You following me? All right. So I took them for a month and I was feeling better. didn't feel 100% off the charts like woo like I had when I'd started taking hormones when I was 12, but I felt better, and now we're headed in the proper direction, and I was finally doing something to take care of me and doing it correctly, not doing it sketch and behind the scenes and like some backdoor way. No, we're going to follow the protocols and we're going to do it correctly and safely. And this is something that trans people have done for decades and decades safely. It's been researched and researched to the nth degree. It's very safe and it's very well thought out and done with intention. It's not like we're giving hormones willy-nilly to people. So, but then something profound happened with me. I no longer had to be on this emotional roller coaster, on this hormonal roller coaster. It was okay for me to accept who I was. And in that, I started to think like, this one change that I've done has made my life exponentially better. What's something else that I haven't? Oh, I haven't been to the doctor in like 20 years. I should go to the doctor. Like, this one thing has realigned my domino stack, if you want to call it. You know, there's dominoes on the inside of a person, and you know, you stack them all up, you line them up, and everything balances like it's supposed to. And they'd been off balance for 20 whatever years, and so now changing this basic building block of my system, changing the channel, I felt good about myself and I loved myself because I was accepting who I was. So I wanted to take care of myself in better ways. Like now that I'd found like the pathway to being happy and the pathway to the real me, I wasn't on this path of self-destruction anymore. I was the other way. I wanted to like live and live the best life I possibly could and make sure I would stay here as long as I possibly could, which means taking better care of myself. So I scheduled an appointment for a general practitioner, a regular doctor, to go get like checkup and things. And I did the same with the dentist. And I had a baby tooth that was in my mouth for like 20 years and it wouldn't come 30 years. And it just decided to fall out like 3 months ago. So that's what that's what the missing tooth is going on over there. It's baby tooth to fill out. And I need to go get that fixed, but I'm aware. I'm busy running for Congress. What do you want from me? Anyways, I would go to the doctor's office and I would go to the dentist's office and they would look at me like I'm some sort of crazy person because I'm sitting out in the waiting room like, and they're just like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm at the doctor." And they're like, "Something not right with this person." I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't been to the doctor in like 20 years, and now I'm actually like excited about taking care of myself and like let's get on the program. Come on, let's go." Like I couldn't get there fast enough and catch up with taking care of myself fast enough because like now that I finally figured out like, oh, it was just this one thing this whole time, and it like. I can actually, there's means to be able to do this now, and I'm not going to get destroyed by society. And well, I mean, we've shifted that quite a bit, but we'll get to that. I'd found a pathway to true self-acceptance, and that affected everything. That made it so I wanted to be here as long as I could and help people as much as I can and be around for the people that I love and try to make everyone's life that mine comes in contact with better. So I started to go to the doctor and it was great. And I started to go to the dentist and that was also great. And then I found out that my insurance would cover mental health and I could get a therapist and I could have a weekly visit with a therapist. Incredible. Everybody should have that. The idea that we don't need that in the society is absolutely bonkers. Like, You go in for your physical checkup. Nobody questions it one bit, right? You want to make sure that you're of good sound health and that the things that you're doing aren't affecting you in a detrimental way. Hello. Brain works the same way. It's a part of a person. You should probably go get it checked out. Like thoughts and desires and things. That's part of a person. You should probably go get this checked out. Same as, open your mouth and say, ah. Open your heart and let the things pour out. It's the same as open your mouth, say, ah. The fact that that's been so widely neglected in this country and for so long is a travesty. And we can do better, America. You're goddamn right. We can do better. So, I remember the first time I went to therapy. I didn't quite know what to wear because I wasn't happy with the way I looked. When you figure out that there's a way to transition, you want everything right away. Like, oh my God, like I want to snap my fingers and have this transition done. But I already told you a while back in this talk, it's like second puberty, right? So shit takes years, yo. You're in this for the long haul, like, and it's good. Don't get me wrong. Like the experience of the whole thing, it's just as good as it was. I mean, it's there's awkward moment shit of puberty too, but like all the good moments you had in puberty of like I get to experience this thing for the first time. I get to like try makeup for the first time, and I get to like try different hairstyles for the first time, and like try different clothes and what fits and what doesn't, and like different necklaces, and just fun play, right? And there's all the awkward stuff too of like I don't feel good about my body and I don't like the way I look, and I don't want to go outside yet and let people see me. And like, so when I got to my first therapy session, it was about gender dysphoria and gender incongruence. So it would make sense, right, for me to go in like girl mode, right? Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. So I went in show clothes, like gig clothes, because I was like, I didn't want to like go in normal everyday clothes, and my gig clothes were always a bit flamboyant. I mean, now we know where that root was coming from. Hello. But I went to therapy that first week in boy clothes, and my therapist didn't say anything about it because I'm sure she probably knew this is like one of the first times I've gone out. I've tried to go out of the house and talk to someone about this one step at a time. Something that I tell folks, even the smallest step forward is still a step. Just take that one little step. It's forward movement, and it's progress in the direction that you want to go. So I went to therapy, and I met her, and my therapist, and she's so fantastic. I still see her every week. It's great. She's been such a blessing to my life. And after that first week, I knew right away, like, oh yeah, she's a safe person. I could go next week in girl mode. Everything will be fine, right? And yeah, it's like the person who watches the horror movie in, broad daylight and like, oh, it's not that scary, and then, you have to walk through the forest by yourself at night and like it feels way different. Right. So I was like all big and like full of courage, like, yeah, I can do this thing. And then we get to next week, the day of my therapy session, and I was like, yeah, it's that day. So I was incredibly bad at doing makeup at that point, and like I said, I was not self-confident about my appearance whatsoever. But I got dressed in girl mode, which took a while, and then I did my makeup, which like took hours. It was like, whew, like that was a commitment. Oh my god! Like I had to go to therapy at 3, and I started getting ready for it at noon, and like, but I thought I did a pretty good job with my makeup, and I was like, okay, for the part of my transition that I was at in my life, I was like, okay, this is top notch. This is the best I'm going to get. We're there. Awesome. And it was like 10 after 2 or something like that. Like I said, I had to be there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we were getting to the point where like, this is the point of no return. I have to leave or I'll be late or miss my session, right? My therapy session. So I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, you're really going to do this? Really going to go outside for the first time ever in girl clothes? Really, really going to do it? Nope, can't do it. And I started taking my shirt back off. I started to like, I was like, no, I was like freaking out. Like, I can't do this. Like, people are going to see me and they're going to be like, you're a freakazoid. Like all the judgment bullshit that society has told us that we can't came hammering down on me. And I stopped mid shirt coming off and looked at myself in the mirror and went, put it on. You're never going to fucking do it. If you don't do it now, do it. And it was so surreal to me because I was like whining from one side of my mouth and yelling at myself from the other. I remember backing out of the garage being like, and just like the other side of me just being like, fucking do it. You got... And I've come to find out that it was the old me fighting the new me. It's the me that I thought I was, the masquerade of who I was. The cage was fighting the cat. And it's been Katrina screaming from the inside this whole time. It was Katrina that had to show up to put old me in his place that day. And she did. So I went to therapy, and it was great. And that was my very last day of ever even thinking about wearing boy mode outside, boy clothes outside. That day forward, there was no going back. Because this is actually who I am. The fighter that I'd been online to stand up for all the mistreated people had been there this whole time. And the thing that I didn't understand when I was addicted to Second Life and that virtual gaming platform was I'd always seen it as like a hobby or like some sort of thing that I was like pursuing. And I was like, no, wait a minute. Nobody made that avatar for me. I made her. I designed her look. I was the one who determined what she looked like the way she acted. Those acts of me going to defend people. No one told me to do that. That was just who I am. My heart said to do that because that's what you do when people get smashed down and oppressed. That's what you fucking do. You go and defend them. The people that can't defend themselves. If you're a strong enough person of mind and body and constitution, you fucking go take care of them. And I needed to take care of me for a little bit. But it's really obvious to me that this country needs some help being taken care of. We've got some voices out there that are really strong, and they've been fighting for America for a long time. People like Bernie Sanders. That man is a soldier if we've ever had one. AOC, Chris Murphy, Rep. Stansbury from Arizona. There's some good ones in there. Al Green from Texas. Like, come on. Fighters. People that believe in this country and believe in the Constitution. They show up. when people are being oppressed and people are being taken advantage of and people are being fucking abused. They show up because that's the way we've been taught to do. Because that's what being an American means. Remember that day? Remember that day when those 2 airplanes smashed into those buildings in New York? 9/11. You remember that fucking day? We were under attack. And nobody asked a second question of what we do to help New Yorkers. We just went. Firemen running into the flames. Because that's what you fucking do as Americans. That's what being an American has always been to me. Is taking care of our country and taking care of our citizens. And I don't give a shit if you're black, white, brown, trans, yellow, green, upside down, right side up. If you're an American, you're fucking an American, and I'm going to come and help you. And that's how Americans always been. We did it on 9/11. We did it at Pearl Harbor. We did it in Vietnam. And we need to do it now. I think too many people have forgotten what it truly means to be an American. And it means we don't back down. It means don't tread on me. It means no fucking kings. Are you getting my drift? I realized that online, no one told me who to be. That was me. The real me. The me that finally got to come out of her cage. And I realized that not only could I be outwardly, in appearance, who I've always thought I was and who I was meant to be, but like, I could have that courage here too. It was okay to be me, 100%. Not just in percentage, not just in little pieces. It's all 100%. Like, dig in, go full on, full throttle cat. Well, I don't know if you want that, but I make jokes, but I started to realize over the course of the last year that America needed some fucking help. So, I started to transition in September of 24. And I started to go to therapy in January of 25. And then Trump took office for the second time, January 20th, 2025. And on the first day, started attacking trans people, started attacking immigrants, started attacking all of our history in this country and all of our health care protocols and all of our, they fucking took the Constitution off the White House website on the first day and they haven't put it back.
They took down the Declaration of Independence off the White House website on the first day, and they haven't fucking put it back. I'll give you a minute. Think about that. That was the day I actually went online and ordered my own, because they're going to try and tell us, oh, that was never in there. Yeah. I smell what you're stepping in. They started attacking every bit of this country they thought they could to try and make us all feel dissociated from one another, disillusioned, discouraged, dissenting, and divided. And every day, at least for trans people, it would go on every day. We would get, oh, what new legislation are you going to bless us with today? That's going to take away some of our fucking rights. Every day. So it would literally feel like getting punched in the face, or I suppose in the heart, every day. Oh, here's another dagger. Another dagger. Good morning, dagger. Like, so, you know, I would start to, I would start to wonder, like, what's going to be the thing that comes and saves us, right? I know so many people I've talked to, they're like, yeah, I felt like that too. You just like, you start watching over the horizon, right? Waiting for somebody to like come riding over that hill on that white horse. Like in the movies, right? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? Like the Lone Ranger is supposed to come over the fucking top of the hill, right? And just like, oh yeah, of course, it's the Lone Ranger. He's coming to fucking save us, right? There he is on his white horse. So, you know, once a month, I would be like, nope. Still nobody. Okay. We can go back to doing, you know, band stuff, music stuff, transition stuff, car stuff. Another month to go by. Started to get kind of upset because where's the Lone Ranger? Still not there. Well, maybe he's busy. Okay. Go back to doing life stuff, transition stuff, car stuff, music stuff. After a while, I started to like really realize like, there's nobody showing up to save us. He's not coming. He's not coming. It's us, y'all. It's us. Nobody's coming to save us. There's no Lone Ranger. And I figured that out. So I was like, well, if nobody else is gonna, I better get on that fucking horse and get to riding, because this country needs some fixing and needs some saving. And I don't know if I can do it, but I'd hate myself if I didn't try, and God damn it, I'm going to try. I believe in myself enough to dig all the way in, toss everything I've ever worked for off to the side and let it sit, because this is bigger than me. This is way bigger than one person. This is way bigger than 100 people. We're talking about the fundamental of our country, the fundamental of our democracy. Like, this is what I mean when I tell people I don't care about the money. I don't care about the job position. I don't care about getting any credit from this. Like, whatever. I care about saving the people of this country, saving democracy. It's way bigger than me. It's way bigger than this campaign. But, like, this campaign is how I can possibly get there. So, over here. Yeah. See this? This QR code thing here? Yeah. If you'd be so kind as to help me out with a donation. Every dollar helps. Seriously. Yeah, so I'm not even 2 years in my transition, and yeah, here we are, running for United States Congress. Kind of can't believe it. Feels like, I mean, I know a lot of people have a lot of disdain and dislike of our politicians and government officials. But to me, I've always regarded those jobs as some of the very best that you can have. Like, you get to help people. What an incredible opportunity. And I think the people that use those jobs to take advantage of others and to feed off the system, those are the real terrorists. Those are the ones that are sincerely wrecking people's lives. So, I'm showing up. I'm bringing the heat and I'm showing up. And I am going to do my best to be the very best congresswoman you ever had. I'm going to do my damnedest to fight for all these programs that we've all talked about for my entire life. Things that I know can make everybody's life better. All you got to do is look at Mayor Mamdani and what he's doing in New York to know Bernie's been right. Bernie's been right the whole time, y'all. I run on similar, not even similar, I run on the same platform Bernie does. I've been endorsed by the DSA, you know, like the Northeast Wisconsin DSA. Like, I'm a democratic socialist. So is Bernie. So is AOC. So is Zora Mamdani. Look at what Mamdani's doing. And look how much it's going to benefit the people of New York. Bernie's been right, y'all. This whole time. Nobody died. Nobody moved out of New York. He's been right this whole time. We could have nice things if you vote for the people that help you spearhead through the bullshit so we can have nice things. The nicest thing of all would be to have happy, successful lives. And we do that by encouraging and creating social programs that make it easier for the majority of Americans to live. I'm going to take a short break because I drank too much water, but I'll be right back. If you have any questions, I hope you ask me. I've just been rolling with my heart and my head and telling you my story. It's been my privilege to relate this to you. It's a lot, I know. But so am I. I bring a lot of energy and a lot of fire to this fight. I really, truly believe I'm the only one bringing it in this area anyways, in this district anyhow. I will fight to the death for America because that's just how much it means to me. Okay, I'll be right back. See if I can figure out how to pause this thing. How do we do this? Well, I'll be right back.
there's like some pile of stuff
It's
there.
tobacco.
this one, and then we go over there and we do this one. Well, well, she's back. I'm going to take this moment to point at this thing here. This donate QR code that is magically hanging out on the screen right here. This helps me help you. This helps my campaign get further on. This sends my campaign money so that I can go out there and see you in the district, so I can buy more cat cards to hand out, and I can buy more yard signs to hand out, and I can rent the side of the Goodyear blimp, and we can have a billboard on every highway, and what it was, the chicken in every pot, and right. If you would be so kind as to send us a donation, even the smallest donation of $5 would be a big help. How does Bernie say it? Once again, I'm here to ask you. He's right though. Every little donation helps so much, and my campaign has not been privy to any large corporate donations, any PAC donations. We've sustained on by the people, for the people. That is an honor. It's been an honor for me to be out in the district, meeting people, and running for this office. Something else happened around the time when I was 12 years old that made a pretty profound impact on my life, and it's very relevant to what I'm doing in my life now with running for United States Congress. My dad sat me and my brother down in front of the TV, and he said, I want you both to watch this. This is one of my favorite movies of all time, and I want you both to watch this. So I sat down, and he turned the TV on, and it was the black and white classic, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And if you don't know the story, it was Jimmy Stewart and Claude Rains. And Jimmy Stewart plays a newbie, fledgling senator who is put into place by his state's governor because the sitting senator had died. And in the movie, there is a political graft machine in his state that exists to fill the wealthy people's pockets with money. And it's politicians in that state in the movie that allowed for that to continue. And the idea was they would put Jimmy Stewart's character, Jefferson Smith, into the Senate, not knowing anything. And that one person, they could tell him what to do. And they could tell him how to vote. And he would, because he trusted Claude Rains' character, Senator Payne. And he found out about the corruption. And being the good American that Jefferson Smith was, he stood up against it, stood up against the political machine. And he did a filibuster for 24 hours. As a 12-year-old, this was some of the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. Like, this was part of how our government works. Like, it's a fictitious story, but it's very much based on how American democracy works. So it taught me a few things. It taught me that real Americans stand up for what's right and stand up to help others. And it taught me how our American government system works. I bet you I've watched that movie 50 or 60 times. And I could sit here right now and watch it again with you. Love that movie so much. It also taught me that even the smallest voice can make a difference. Because he finally broke through at the end of that movie. He collapsed on the floor of the Senate, and he finally broke through. That one person could be the wrench to be thrown into the political machine to make it all change. It's possible. We need somebody strong to spearhead the Take America Back movement. And I don't see anybody else showing up to do it. So you're goddamn right. I'm showing up to do it. I finally understand what true happiness is by accepting myself. The powers that are running this country right now, they want to wreck everything for everybody. Sure, they're wrecking things for trans people first. But it's just the first domino. They intend to wreck everything for everybody. If they didn't, they wouldn't have brought in Doge to go and just chop away willy-nilly at programs that actually work. They wouldn't have just started deleting government websites and government files of like Black history, military Black history, floating the idea of removing the 19th Amendment. Like, hello, we've told you. They're not going to stop with trans people. This is the beginning. This, I've said it before, and I'll say it again and again until everybody realizes it. This book that I have in my hand contains the United States Constitution. And these are the ideals that our country was founded on. And these are the ideals that constitute what being an American is. It's the ideals in here that make us all call ourselves Americans. But it's just a document, y'all. If no one's going to show up to defend it, they're just going to burn it. Like, this can't defend itself. Just like institutions can't defend themselves, like hospitals and caregivers and Library of Congress, like institutions like this, they can't defend themselves. It's the same sort of thing with the Constitution. It's a document. It can't defend itself. People have to actually show up to defend it or they're going to burn it. And they are burning it. We've been watching it. I've been watching it. I know you all have too. So I'm showing up to defend it because it's what this moment calls for. I see it. Others see it too. There's fighters in Congress and there's new fighters coming up. All the ones in Congress that ain't been fighting back, yeah, they need to go. If they were going to fight back and stand up for us, they'd be doing it already. They'd be doing it already. They've had 18 months to do it. And for 18 months, they've not. They've actually capitulated and pretty much given up all their power of keeping this executive branch in check. And, you have the Supreme Court redefining the definition of words and using laws that were put in place to protect people as the weapon to hurt them with. Somebody needs to show up and defend America and defend Americans, and I absolutely will. I've understood pretty much since the day that Trump got reelected how much danger our democracy and our country was in, because they've pointed the crosshairs at me and my small community first. But it's the same level of hazard that the entire country has right now. Because the bottom line is, I'm an American. Trans, black, brown, white, immigrant, naturalized citizen, naturally born citizen, doesn't matter. Like, if you're an American citizen, that part should be equal. And if they say it's okay to take away trans people's rights, then they just say it's okay to take away anybody's rights. Yeah, not on my watch. We need someone that's going to go to Washington and go nose to nose with these fuckers and make them stop this shit. Full stop. Someone that's going to hold this administration accountable. Someone that's going to bring them to heel. Arrest the malicious and the treasonous. Put them on trial. And what's the word I'm looking for? Effectuate consequences. That's been something that we've not been the greatest at, is effectuating consequences to the malicious and the maligned. Without consequences, people will just continue to do awful things to one another or the country. And why not? They have nothing to suffer for doing good or bad. Well, we need to stop that. We need to hold people in this government and this country accountable for doing awful things. And that begins with our president. I 100% intend and promise to file articles of impeachment against Donald Trump on the first day I'm in office. So help me God. That's the baseline of where we start. That's not the end goal. That's the beginning. I'm running also for Medicare for all, universal child care, $22 an hour minimum wage, ending Citizens United, body autonomy, Supreme Court limits, adding some justices to the Supreme Court, possibly discussing a longer House of Representatives term, because 2 years is kind of a joke when we have so much involved with the campaigning process now. It's been brought up to me a couple times. Do you think our legislators would be more effective if they didn't have like 1 year of doing policy and then have to turn around and start campaigning again? And I think there's a whole lot of sauce to that argument. Like, it takes a lot of time and effort to campaign. Ask me how I know. I think it's something that we should absolutely be talking about. I want to see things done that help our economy to recover. Things that I would like to be there to help put into place. I want to make sure that when we go and raise the minimum wage, we do it incrementally. Yeah, I'm pushing for an end goal of $22 an hour minimum wage. Yeah. And if you look at the MIT living wage calculator online, if you haven't heard about that, I've talked about it a few times in some of my chats, but MIT has a free living wage calculator. And what that is you can do a Google search and it'll come up, and all 50 states will be listed on there, and cities and counties will be listed on there. And so you can select the state and select the county or the city, and then it will break it down for you how much you need to make per hour at a job to survive in the area that you have selected. So as of like right now, last time I checked, it was like $21.52 an hour is required wage to live as a single person, no children, in Green Bay right now. So God bless people for, pushing for a higher wage. I know lots of folks talking about $20 minimum wage right now, which is awesome. Like it's going in the right direction. Yeah. It's way better than $7.25 what we have right now, because like $7.25, what the fuck is that doing for anybody anymore? Nothing. It's like a joke, right? Like you want a prime example of our government not doing something for the regular person? Look at the $7.25 an hour minimum wage. What does that do for anybody? Nothing. Zero. It's a meaningless number that just sits there, because who's taking a job for $7.25 anymore? Like, for real. So government's supposed to be doing things for the people. That's why we're sent there. So we should have a minimum wage that holds the bare minimum of what a company is going to pay workers. And I think that should be a living wage. That's why I'm pushing for $22 an hour. We need to affect that incrementally. And what I mean by that is right now we're at $7.25. So next year, do a $5 jump. So you have it $12. That way it's not so much of a financial economic shock where small businesses can't sustain. And trust me, like, it's not just like, oh yeah, just set the number and like turn around and be like, there you go, deal with it. Yeah, that's the Republican way, and that's not the cat way. I very much will dig into figuring out how we can help small businesses reach that bar too, because I know that's a big concern with small business owners, is like they want to give it to workers. I've talked to small business owners. I'm a small business owner, like, I understand the struggles. You're all just like right here with the water line right now with your costs versus the money that you're making. So you want to give it to your workers because you value them as people and humans and as strong workers for your company and what you're doing and what you believe in. But a lot of the times they can't afford it. So I want to make sure that it's the small businesses like that. Usually it's the little mom and pop stores and things like that that are going to have a hard time with that. So I want to make sure that I spend a significant amount of time, me and my team, studying and figuring out the ways that we can make it so that small businesses can raise that bar for people too. But then there's also the other side of it of like, yeah, there's the big corporations with the CEO making 300 times what the floor worker made. Come on. 300 times. Come the fuck on. Yeah. I get it. The CEO is important. Yeah. 300 times is important. Yeah. That needs to be adjusted also. But so I'm talking like a $5 jump every year or every 2 years. I think we would be able to know how it's going to go after the first one if the economy can level out with that sort of adjustment. I know the American worker needs that. We need to be doing things that are going to positively affect the American worker immediately. People need help out there. They're living paycheck to paycheck. And like there's, what is it, like 45% of Americans in Wisconsin that struggle with making ends meet. This is like the basic necessities of surviving. So we need leaders that are willing to step in and change things so that that number changes to the majority of people not living with the waterline right under their nose of financial solvency or bankruptcy, not being able to survive. So we're at $7.25 right now. What I'm proposing is like next year, you could move it up to $12. And then another year, you move it up to $17. And then another year, you move it up finally to 22, where it's not so much of like jumping in the January Lake Michigan shock. By doing things like that, you immediately do two things. You give the American worker more money in their pocket, making it easier for them to afford things. And what we're doing is shifting the purchasing power away from the oligarch class and back to the middle class. We talked about this earlier today when it was all of us at the table, that the majority people in this country is what makes up the economy. That's the thing that runs constant, and people are buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and selling. That's just like common sense to see it. Like there's only 1,500 billionaires in America. So everybody else is not a super richy rich. And we're the ones, like, there's way more of us than way more of them. So obviously we make up the majority of the economy. So to put the power of the dollar back in the hands of the everyday worker, you need to pay them more. You need to pay them a wage that they can survive on, not have to work 3 jobs and work themselves to death to survive, and raise taxes on the super wealthy and bring taxes down on the middle class so that they have a ceiling, a buffer between survival being right here and bringing the water down to a comfortable level where they can start to build savings. They can start to build, finances towards the future of, like, maybe you want to go on a vacation with your family. Maybe you want to buy a new car. Maybe, like, these are things that help the entire economy Because once you have a middle class with purchasing power back in their hands and more dollars in their pockets, they go and spend it. This is the velocity of money we talked about earlier this afternoon, too. If you put more money in the oligarchs' pockets, what do? They put it in the building with a big pile of gold coins like Scrooge McDuck. And they just sit there and fornicate to it. Middle class people, you put more money in their pockets and you give them purchasing power, and what do they do with it? They go out and spend it. Like, I don't have to tell you, everybody gets their tax return and woo, new TV, like new car payment, yeah, it's like there's things that we've wanted that we can't afford. And so when we get an infusion of money, we go spend it, and then it goes to your neighbor who works at the place that you spent it at, and then they come and spend it at their neighbor's place, and see. If you want to make the economy better, if you want to genuinely make America great again, and you need to fuck off Donald Trump, and you need to do things that are going to make this country actually better, which means electing people like me to make it happen. And on that note, I'll call your attention one more time to this lovely donate thing over here in the corner. Every dollar counts. Please, please, please. So there's, that's initially how we start to make the economy better. There's obviously other things that can be done there too. One of the major things that I'm also running on is Medicare for all. And like, I'm on Badger Care right now because I've been a musician for the better part of my life and a small business owner. You think I have any money at all? Honey, I got some news for you. You do music because you love it. And if you have a breakthrough someday and you turn into, somebody with a song that everybody remembers and you make $1 million or $10 million, whatever, then yeah, it's a very, 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 very small handful that do that. You have to accept the fact that you probably never get it, but you will live every day with a smile on your face and a beaming heart because you do something that you love. I've not made a lot of money in my life, and on this road to politics, I make practically zero. I haven't really taken a paycheck since October. So, yeah, I'm on Badger Care because I fall within the parameters to be on it. And I think it's actually pretty good for me to be on it while running for office because I can speak to you through personal experience on how it goes. It's fucking awesome. I am so blessed to have a fantastic healthcare team that actually gives shit about me. And I look at the procedures and actually I get charged less because it's Badger Care and not going to insurance that I'm paying an exorbitant amount for, and they're just going to jack it up because, it's just private insurance, That's the inherent problem at the root of all of this is our healthcare system is rooted in for-profit health insurance companies. Like when you go and have, go and get an estimate for a procedure and then, I got to wait for the insurance company to approve it. And then they come back and go, no, you can't do that. It's not because it's not necessary. It's because they're worried how it's going to affect their bottom line. Oh, we can't approve any of those procedures because that will affect our stockholders' portfolios. What does this have to do with healthcare? Nothing. That's what. But they saw it as another way to bleed money off the American people, and that's exactly what's been going on. Health insurance companies account for over 1/3 of the cost of healthcare in America. I'll say that again. Health insurance companies consist of over 1/3 of the money needed to pay for healthcare in the United States. And all it is profit to the health insurance companies. Time for them to go. We need to kick corporate for-profit health insurance companies out of our healthcare system. Period. I'm talking about socialized healthcare. We already have that. It's called Medicare, y'all. It's called Badger Care. Same thing. That's what it's called in Wisconsin, Badger Care. But Medicare, yeah. It works. Works really well. Like, I make an appointment. I go to the doctor. They give me a breakdown of everything that's done. I get a breakdown of my meds and what they cost. And it's taken care of. Like, I've paid taxes in my life. And at this point, like, you know, there's things that I've needed while I'm broke. But, you know, doing things for the American people and like out here trying to make a serious difference in our country. I'm blessed to have the healthcare that I do and to live in a country that actually has the system that exists. And over the last few days, even I've talked to people that had healthcare and started to make just a little bit more money. And now they don't have healthcare anymore because they fall above the cutoff line to qualify for Badger Care. This is a great system, and I think everybody should have this. The way I've come up to pay for it is a little bit unconventional, but after looking around now at the things that we repeatedly waste money on in this country, I question if it's even necessary. The way I've come up in my own head to pay for this Medicare for all, because I'm talking about getting rid of deductibles, talking about getting rid of premiums, like that you know, that $800 premium that you're paying so that your family has health insurance through the ACA. Yeah, nope, keep that $800. There you go. You know, I'm talking about keeping all that money. The way that I've figured out that we could totally pay for this is a 1% federal sales tax all across the board. And that's every purchase transaction that encompasses the United States of America. So like I'm talking about, like, so even if like China wants to come and buy $1 billion worth of soybeans, 1%. Now China's helping pay for the health care of Americans. If Canada wants to buy, well, I don't know what Canada would want to buy from us anymore right now because we've treated them so poorly with this shitbag president. But say Canada would want to come and buy, I don't know, some lumber from us, which would be funny because they have lots of wood. It's the first thing I can think of off the top of my head. They'd have to pay 1% on it. If tourists wanted to come here from Europe and look at America, 1% on anything that they buy here is helping pay for healthcare of Americans. And I think this system, I know this system could absolutely work because Austin, Texas has something in place right now that's just like it, and it's worked. When you're a musician and you live in the city of Austin, Texas, there is a program there that pays for your health care. The acronym was HAMM, HAM, and I'm trying to remember exactly what it stood for, but it was something along the lines of Helping Austin Musicians Medical. And the city of Austin has a 0.5% sales tax, and that money from that 0.5% sales tax pays for the health care of every musician that lives in Austin. So if you get sick, you go to the doctor. They give you a breakdown of all the things that they did and how much they cost. And then at the bottom it says 0. Nobody has to worry. Nobody has to worry about going bankrupt because they get sick. Nobody has to worry about losing everything they own and their entire life savings because they need to go get care. And I want that for all Americans. We can have it. And what I mean by I wonder if it's even necessary to do something like that is because we keep wasting money on stupid things like, oh, I don't know, starting wars in Iran and getting the Strait of Hormuz shut down. Or, let's just go start war with Venezuela and like, what are we doing? There was no immediate danger in either of those instances for the United States. They started it, Trump and Hegseth, they started it because they saw what they wanted to do. And just like anything else, they've told you the story that they want you to believe. But if you have eyes in your head, you can see exactly what happened. There was no immediate cause of alarm and no emergency existing until they made it exist. So they're unconstitutional. Can't do these things. And, I'll remind you, what was it, 3 months ago? Strait of Hormuz was open. Didn't cost us any extra for fuel. Didn't cost us any extra for fertilizer. So, we need to stop sending all this money to foreign wars. We need to stop adding to the military machine because, we have the strongest military in the world. It's awesome. I love our soldiers. I love all the things that they do. They're 100% capable of doing all the things that we've asked them to do. So the only reason they're going to add to it is, we want to go and blow up this country so we can take their stuff, and then we want to blow up this country. Leave their stuff alone, man. We got enough problems here. Can't you just fix the things here? No, they can't. So get out of the way. Let somebody in there that's willing to do it. Hello. I really think that if we would stop spending so much money on war and hate, we could have nice things here. Things like well-funded school programs. Things like free lunches for school kids. Things like Medicare for all. Things like bringing down the price of groceries by subsidizing food programs throughout, Mom Donnie's got a great idea with city-owned grocery stores. That's pretty great because it lets the city set the tone of pricing. Stores have to compete with the city-owned grocery store. It's a pretty great new idea he's got there. I'm totally interested to see how it's going to work. But, knowing what I know of Mom Donnie, I bet you it's going to work awesome. I don't quite know how we could do that on a federal level, but I guess it would be. We need to look at doing things differently than we've done them ever before, and because obviously by doing things the same way, we've ended up at the place that we're at. You need to have people that aren't so dug in on this is the way we've always done it. I don't care. That hasn't worked. We wouldn't be at the place we're at if it did. So I'm not dug in on the way things have been done in the past. I've never been part of the system. So I tell people I'm the anti-establishment candidate. I've never been involved with our government. And I actually see that as a positive because I'm not so dug in on the policies of the past that I can't see past them. So the economy is a big one, and fixing healthcare, that's a really big one too. We start with the healthcare system by eliminating the healthcare insurance companies out of the system. I think they should still exist. If people want to buy healthcare, that's if they want like extended, like over and above level of care, they should be allowed to like if we provide everybody with the I don't know, if we, a good comparison, I guess, if we provide everybody with the Chevrolet of healthcare, like the middle of the road, any procedure that you need that like affects your life, you should be able to, I'm not talking about like basic healthcare. People should be able to go in and get like heart surgery and things like that, and not have to worry about like, yeah, you need this thing to survive. Go. But if people want like the Cadillac or the Rolls Royce, where basically it would be like you have more focused one-on-one care, like your own private doctor, or like your own like hotel suite at a hospital sort of thing, you can purchase that. It should be available to those who want that extra bit, but everyone should have access to the healthcare they need to survive. And that should be just like the bare minimum. Universal healthcare and universal childcare is going to be another big one. There's so many families out there that only have one person working because it costs more for childcare than the second person would make at a job. So, like, what's the point of going to work a job if you're going to throw all the money away? I mean, not throw it all away, but like pay all the money away to have somebody take care of your child during the day while you're at work. Like, you have to, like, doing a job should add to your financial status and like your savings and make your family's financial stature is not the right word, your financial power grow. Shouldn't just be like even keel. Otherwise 100% people are going to stay home instead of putting their child in childcare. And I think by instituting a program that would make childcare universal across the country, you could damn near double the workforce for starters. Something else that I want to reminded of that we should have got right a long time ago. This goes right with the minimum wage fight that I've been with, but we need to set a precedent that equal work means equal pay. That's really important. It's super important to me. And that means I don't care if you're black, brown, white, male, female, equal work means equal pay. Far too long we've been taking advantage of women and minorities in this country, and we need to stop that shit. And we need to have legislation that says it stops now. Universal childcare. There's some ways that I've in my plan that we could absolutely generate funds to pay for it. But again, we keep throwing away billions and billions of dollars on these things that are just hate and war. Could have had nice things, but we got this bullshit instead. So yeah, stop it. Change the direction. Universal childcare would be, having state-sponsored preschools, state-sponsored teachers that are taken care of by the government, and if you have a child from the ages of like six months to 4 years, 5 years old, because at 5, obviously, kids start school, and you're an American citizen, you can have your child cared for in the day, and you can go to work and it's taken care of. I think that would be an enormous shot to the arm of adrenaline for our American economy. And I know I'm getting long in the tooth on this stream, so I'm kind of wrapping it up a bit. But I'm also running for Citizens United, which means getting big corporate money out of our government. Our politicians, they should not be able to be bought by corporate lobbyists and by corporate donations of like, hey, we'll give you so many millions of dollars if you, for your campaign, if you can push to get our harmful thing put into that. No, nope. This comes right down to the fact that I said I don't care about the money, and I just care about the people here. And politicians who keep getting bought and bribed by large corporations put their focus on caring for those corporations and not the people that sent them into office. By the people, for the people, and vice versa. Like, government exists for the people of this country. Obviously, corporations fall in there too, but people first. And I absolutely promise to file articles of impeachment against Donald Trump on day one. He deserves it. All the unconstitutional things, like I even have to explain half of it to you. The list, like we could go on for some days. There's a list of things. And of course, it goes without saying that I'm here to save the dolls. Trans rights are human rights. Love is love. Gay marriage is marriage. Nobody should be demonized for being true to themselves or true to who they love. And I stand up for human rights and the rights of women and the rights of immigrants and the rights of black people and brown people and all Americans. Because until all of us are free, none of us are free. Well, folks, I've had a pretty fantastic day with y'all. My name is Katrina DeVille. I'm running for United States Congress in Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District, which constitutes Brown County, Outagamie County, Shawano County, Menominee County, Oconto County, Marinette County, Kewaunee County, Outagamie County, and Calumet County, and Door County. There's 11 of them, and I love them all. I will be in the district everywhere until I get elected. I have faith. I have faith in me, and I have faith in this district to get behind me and push me in the direction we need to go, which is Washington, D.C., so I can go after all these people. I swear to you I will, with everything I got. Please donate to my website. The donation page is it's this way. It's the QR code right here by my finger. If you want to help donate to my campaign, all you got to do is take a picture of that that QR code. Take you right to the donation page. Otherwise, I have an Act Blue too, and come and see me out there. I'd love to meet you and talk about politics, talk about life, and give you a hug. My name's Katrina DeVille. God bless the United States of America, and God bless the great state of Wisconsin.
And also Kibbles.
And Kibbles too. Kibbles is good. Yeah.
Hey, girl. Hey, yeah, you're gonna let me hold you while I turn everything off? Oh, you got it. Okay.
Oops. This is mine.
The